was beneath them. At least they kept quiet about it. After the terrible year everybody's had, it is, as we've already said, really lovely to actually see you again. And I particularly want to welcome the newcomers, the first-time delegates. I want to welcome you, and I want to warn you, it's addictive. There are many people, like my husband Leo, who hasn't missed a conference since he first came to one in the 1950s. And there's a kind of conference family of those who always come and get to know each other here. This hall is full of people with strong and different opinions. We're here to discuss and debate, to listen to each other, to learn from each other's experience and knowledge, to see where we can reach common ground. But to hear, as well as to listen, we need to show courtesy and civility one to another in our debates. But however exciting the debate, however welcome the results of the discussion, none of it means anything unless we can achieve the power to implement those ideas. As a party, we're always, quite rightly, reaching for the next horizon, striving for the next goal. So if we look back, we probably remember most the things we didn't like about Labour governments. We've all knocked on doors where someone tells you it doesn't make any difference how you vote, nothing ever changes. I remember one young woman in the poorest part of my constituency, and I said to her gently, "Did you not get the extra child benefit?" "Oh yes," she said. And the Sure Start? She was galvanized. Sure Start is fantastic, she said. But she'd never credited it to the Labour government. Yet over the years, those governments have transformed lives in so many ways that we now take completely for granted. We always quote, and quite rightly, the NHS, child benefit, the recognition of disability, Sure Start itself, all things the Tories then undermine and erode. Don't forget that under Labour, we dramatically cut NHS waiting lists and class sizes, and under the Tories, both of them are zonking back up again. But my point is that none of these achievements, not one, was possible or would be possible without having a Labour government. Part of our job this week is to continue the solid work of policy thinking, planning, preparation that you need to underpin effective legislation. But another part of it, and it's in your hands, is to show to the British people a potential government in waiting. We hear a lot these days about trust, or the lack of it in the political process. It is my firm belief that the British people will find renewed trust in us when we can show that the things that matter most to them are things that also matter enormously to us. We have, as always this week, some domestic matters to settle, but it's the need for decent, genuinely affordable homes, for secure, properly paid jobs and training places, for well-run, properly funded schools and hospitals, and above all, for the green revolution that can transform both our climate policy and our economy, that are the real focus of this week in Brighton. The Tories have always been very good at show. What they're not so good at is often substance. Mr. Johnson's plans for social care were recently revealed, accompanied by claims that every previous government has run away from this difficult issue. Well, that's not how I remember it, conference. Gordon Brown, as Prime Minister, called together a cross-party group of ministers and shadow spokespeople to seek common ground, to see if there were long-term solutions, core long-term solutions that need not be at risk with every change of government, a grown-up approach to a genuinely complex and serious issue. Those talks were said to be going well. And then David Cameron decided he preferred to treat it as a partisan political weapon and withdrew Tory participation. Since when, the Tories have always used this debate as a political weapon and never shown the slightest sign of wanting common ground. And these most recent proposals look to me suspiciously like another of Mr. Johnson's specialities. Policies that are designed to look and sound okay to the unengaged, which is most of us, while glossing over the big underlying problems, like where exactly most families would find £86,000, and that's only for care, don't forget there's cost of living on top, without selling their home. It's the same with universal credit. Under attack for wanting to cut it, the government says work is the best way out of poverty. But many of those families struggling today are in work. And as I understand it, Marcus Rashford's mother had 3 jobs and still couldn't always put food on the table. And then we have the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, claiming that a universal credit cut of £20 a week can be made up by whistling up a couple of hours more work, as if it was that easy. There was criticism, of course, that she doesn't even know how her own department's scheme works. That could be right, but I suspect it's worse than that. She knows all right. She was just hoping you didn't. I don't think we've ever had a government, even a Tory government in modern times, whose most senior figures are so completely out of touch with the lives of their fellow citizens. I don't think we've ever had a government, even a Tory government, in modern times, that displays such crass incompetence along with such blatant cronyism. Some find our Prime Minister amusing, but as a political leader of our country, he is a liability. Not just an embarrassment, but a man of very dangerous instincts. Ours is a very heavy responsibility this week. We all know that the most realistic, I personally would say the only alternative to this government, is a government formed by this party, with our leader as Prime Minister, a role he is eminently well suited to fulfil. The night before he died, John Smith said, "The opportunity to serve our country, that is all we ask." That's what we are seeking here this week, the opportunity to serve. Let us all try to conduct ourselves so that we bring it nearer. Thank you very much, Conference. Now, I'm going to embark on a little bit of explanation, which I apologise to a lot of the hall, may be a little tedious for you, but particularly for new delegates. Every day now, we will get a report from the Conference Arrangements Committee, which you may hear or see shortened to CAC. When people talk about the CAC, they're talking about the Conference Arrangements Committee. They're responsible for putting together the agenda for conference, and this year, because of COVID, we're trying to avoid handing out too many pieces of paper. So the CAC report will be emailed to you by 8 o'clock every morning. There will be a limited number of printed reports available on the doors to the hall, and there are accessible versions available to those who request them, but we are asking as many people as can to use the electronic version for all the reasons that you know about the lack of work. And as you will, those of you who have been to conference before will know, the business does change day by day, so don't think that what you hear on the first day is necessarily set in stone for the week. And what that means to our hard-working staff is that they're up all night producing the reports so that they're ready for you first thing every morning. And to present the first report of this conference, please welcome the Chair of the Committee, Harry Donaldson.
Chair, Conference. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed our lives in so many ways and forced us to postpone our annual conference in 2020. And so it's all the more special that we are able to meet together this week for the annual gathering of our party. The Conference Arrangements Committee would like to thank all the Labour Party team, conference venue staff and many contractors who have worked tirelessly to get us here today. There will undoubtedly be challenges this week, but I ask all delegates and visitors to please be patient with the procedures we have in place to ensure our conference is as safe and secure as possible for all who are attending. The wearing of face coverings is an important part of keeping each other safe, and so please continue to wear them unless you are exempt when in conference venues. Sanitising stations are positioned around the conference venues, and we are making every effort to ventilate all indoor spaces. Should anyone test positive between now and Wednesday, please ensure that you self-isolate and call the number printed on page 2 of CAC 1 report. Should you have any safeguarding concerns, please contact the safeguarding team on the number printed on page 9 of CAC 1 report. You can also find all relevant information about conference on the conference app, and we advise everyone to download this for the latest information. Annual Conference 2021 is our first in-person conference under the leadership of Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner, and our first with our new General Secretary, David Evans. Today's agenda will see speeches both from Angela and David, and for the avoidance of doubt, the election of the General Secretary will also take place today, immediately after the General Secretary's report. We will also have the first of 2 sessions where rule changes will be debated and voted on. Rule changes that would make important changes to our party as we prepare for the next general election. CAC Report 1 has been made available to all delegates and sets out the detailed agenda for today, as well as the broad timetable for the rest of the week. All conference documentation can be found on the members area of the Labour Party website, with CAC reports added each day. Throughout the week, all the information delegates require for the day will be reproduced on CAC report, which is emailed to all delegates at 8 a.m. A small supply of hard copies will be available at the hall doors, but delegates are asked only to take one if they are unable to use the online versions. Delegates should make themselves familiar with the standing orders for conference as detailed on pages 78 to 81 in CAC 1 report. Today's ballot is a priorities ballot where delegates are asked to vote for the 10 subject areas in the affiliates and the CLP sections and that they wish to debate during our conference. The full list of motions is available in the addendum to CAC 1, which was emailed prior to conference and available at the conference hall. The ballot takes place until 4 p.m. today in the ballot area. Delegates should note that the ballot area at Conference 2021 is in the West Bar and not in the exhibition as stated on page 7 of CAC 1. Our apologies for this error in CAC 1. Delegates should also be aware that this year, to help prevent crowding, ballot boxes are also available at Labour Party stand and in the hall during ballot opening hours. The results of the priorities ballots will be announced at the end of the conference today, and compensating meetings for the successful subjects will be timetabled for this evening and tomorrow evening, both starting at 6:30 p.m. in the Hilton Metropole. Delegates with motions in the priorities ballots should ensure that they make themselves aware of compensating arrangements should their motion succeed in the priorities ballot. Delegates should also be aware that the accessible route to the compensating rooms is through the entrance at St Margaret's Place, the back of the Hilton Hotel. More information on this can be found in CAC 1 on pages 3 and 4. Delegates who wish to meet prior to compensating can also use Hall 4 in the Hilton between 2 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Delegates also have access to delegate services, printing and computers at stand 80 to 81 on the ground floor of the exhibition in the Brighton Centre between the hours of 12 and 6 on Saturday and 9 till 6 on Sunday. In order to maximise the number of delegates able to speak during conference, delegates will only be able to speak from the floor in one debate. Once chosen in a debate, please do not seek to speak again, as you will be turned away. The CAC has also amended speaking times. Movers are allowed 4 minutes and other speakers 2 minutes. Those moving reference backs are allowed 1 minute. Chairs will make every effort to call delegates from across the conference floor. Delegates, however, are reminded that chairs will only call delegates who remain in a seated position and indicate by raising their hands. Accessibility stewards can provide assistance where required in this respect. Once again this year we have adopted the official charity partner for conference. This year the chosen charity is Together Co, and we have encouraged delegates to donate to help tackle loneliness here in Brighton Work, which has been especially important during this pandemic. The NEC met yesterday and agreed the rule changes to be debated by conference. The details of the proposed rule changes to be debated today are detailed in pages 21 through to 67 of CAC 1. Further rule changes will be debated tomorrow and reproduced in CAC 2. CLP rule changes are also debated and voted on this afternoon, and these are found on pages 67 through to 75. All ballots take place this week are detailed in the delegates' report on page 8 and will be repeated in the CAC report for the relevant day. 22 emergency motions were received by the deadline and considered against the criteria. The CAC has considered these motions and ruled 8 as meeting the criteria. Those deemed as not meeting the criteria have been offered an appeal, which will take place on Monday. Details of appeals and the reasons for rejection will be communicated to those organisations later today. The CAC received 37 reference backs to policy documents, 35 of which were agreed and will be considered in the relevant policy debate and printed in CAC report for that day. This afternoon's session will include debate on 2 motions put forward to annual conference from the highly successful online women's conference that took place earlier this year. These motions are reproduced on pages 11 through to 18 of CAC 1. The Leader's speech will take place on Wednesday at 12 p.m, with further information will be provided in CAC 5 on Wednesday. The CAC and conference team have worked hard to ensure the best possible conference experience for everyone. We do recognise, however, that there are accessibility challenges in the venues and will continue to review issues throughout the conference as and when they arise. We have accessibility stewards, mental health first aiders and our safeguarding team available to ensure that everyone has a safe and enjoyable conference experience. We ask that everyone plays their part by treating each other with kindness and respect throughout our daily conference agenda, but also during the many fringe events, evening sessions and social time spent with fellow attendees reconnecting face to face. On behalf of the CAC, I want to remind attendees about their role in ensuring that our conference is a safe and inclusive experience for all, children, young people and adults. We believe that everyone has the right to live their lives free from abuse, harassment and neglect, and conference should be a reflection of that belief. All attendees are expected to demonstrate the highest standards of behaviour towards each other. If anyone sees or hears something that makes them concerned, they should report this to the appropriate services, either by speaking to a steward, a staff member, or to the safeguarding unit. Before I formally move the report, I wish to remind all attendees at conference that anyone wishing to enter the conference centre will need to be wearing a pass. This is also true of the conference hotel. All attendees are required to show either a recent negative lateral flow test or evidence of a double vaccination. Everyone should allow sufficient time to enter the conference centre. As ever, we want everyone to have a safe and enjoyable conference. The CAC, NEC, police party and venue staff, security staff and stewards will all be working and striving together to achieve this. Chair, I move my report.
Thank you very much, Harry. Now, first point, as he says, CAC are in session throughout conference, poor souls. So if you have any issues, it is easier, genuinely, to go and see them rather than raise them on the floor of conference. That's not to say you can't. But let me just take you quickly, again for new delegates particularly, through the ground rules. The CAC really has got its work cut out. There's always far more business that people want to fit in than can possibly be accommodated. And also, of course, now, as you could see throughout Harry's report, there's the importance of trying to keep everybody safe from COVID. So even though inevitably we won't all be happy all the time with what's proposed, please try to be as reasonable as you can. Now, there may be people who will want to make points or ask questions about the report. If you want to make a point now, when you come to the lectern, please be sure that you tell us your name and the organisation from which you're a delegate. People don't always remember in their flurry, and it's important that we know. And then make your point, whatever it is, as briefly as you can. And I warn you, in all courtesy, that if you try to make a speech, I'll stop you. You're here to make a point at this point, not a speech. If you're called, you ought to come straight up to speak, but after you've spoken, you'll also need to register at one of the speakers' desks. We've got two this year, one on this side and one on that side. And if you need an accessible route onto the stage, that's the one on your right. And we've also got two lecterns this year. In case you're thinking of some fancy reason for that, it's so that we can alternate between them, so that they'll always remain clean and hygienic. So there's an awful lot of COVID precaution and preparation. Does anybody wish to raise any points on the CAC report? Somebody at the back there in a turquoise T-shirt?
In the middle, the back. Where the hand's gone down. There.
That one? Okay. Yeah. That one and that one. Yes, with your hand in the air. I can't see. Okay, right. I didn't call that one. Never mind.
Brighton Pavilion. Judy Richards, Brighton Pavilion. We've come to conference knowing that the first of the black doctors that died from COVID were black, that there's an increase in domestic violence and mental health issues in lockdown. Debbie Abrams, MP, has said that 6 out of the 10 people who've died of COVID are disabled. We're looking at this conference timetable, and we can't see where we're able to debate anything about equalities, let alone COVID and equalities. So,
Okay,
Our
you've
question is,
made your point.
where is it?
Yeah, you've made your point. Thank you. Harry, by the way, Harry will reply to whatever points anybody makes. Now, there was someone else at the back there whose hand seems to have gone down again. Okay.
This woman stood up there.
Yeah. Woman there. Ah, there's somebody. Okay. Register, by the way.
Tim Wilkinson, also of Brighton Pavilion CLP, the home of References Back. The NEC is required to present the NEC report to conference. The only place I can see that being done is in the CAC report, so this seems the appropriate time at which to move reference back of the NEC report. Specifically, the section on page
It's not
105.
the appropriate time to remove reference
Can you
back
tell
of
me
the
what
NEC
then?
report.
Can you tell me what then is?
Harry
Because-
will tell you.
Sorry.
Harry will tell you when he comes to reply. Thank you.
Will he definitely specify a time?
I called a woman over there. I called a woman
Thank you
over
for that
there who
guarantee.
seems to have disappeared. I don't think I'm seeing a massive further demand for points, and we do want to get on. Harry, could you possibly... fine, you've arrived.
Thank you.
After you, we'll go back to Harry.
Thank you. Yeah, Emma Whitby from Sefton Central in Merseyside. I'd like to know why the CAC has allowed Murdoch's Lion Tory rag to come to this conference. I would like an answer to that question, please. Do we have an answer?
Okay, come on, we haven't got all day. Come on. Conference. The point has been made very succinctly, and I congratulate the delegate on her succinctness. The point has been responded to by the hall. Let us now get on. We've got other things to discuss. We have other things to discuss. Harry, well, you've made your point. You've made your point. We all know what concerns you.
Of urinating on dead bodies and kicking a gate down. I can't believe that Keir Starmer and the CAC have allowed that rag to come here.
Okay.
And I would like an answer, please.
Okay, thank you. Don't forget to register. You must all register when you leave the stage. Harry, would you be kind enough to reply to those points, please?
Yeah, the first part on June's issue about the debate in terms of they will be debated in PM this afternoon, as far as I'm aware. And Tim, Brighton Pavilion, with regarding referencing back, delegates are not able to reference back in terms of the NEC report for the CAC. Emma indicated rather there about the Sun. I should add that the Sun newspaper is not available at annual conference. It has not been since annual conference in Liverpool in 2016. And we do, however, it's got to be said, welcome journalists from a range of publications, including the issue is that is the reality what it is at the moment. Journalists from a range of publications, including News UK, to ensure that we achieve widespread coverage of our annual gathering. But the Sun itself, as far as a paper, is not allowed to be distributed nor advertised in the venue, and as we'd said, it has been banned by conference since 2016 Liverpool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Okay, now that Harry has dealt with those points, we have the CAC report before us, and I think colleagues are willing to accept that report and get on. Obviously, some of the issues raised we will be returning to during the week. Bear with me while I turn the page. Yeah. This is a sad bit. We've lost a lot of valued colleagues since we last met, due to, not least to the events of the last year. Some of them, the ones that were in time, their names are listed on page 17 of the NEC annual report and in the Conference Arrangements Committee report that we've just dealt with. And there will be others who are not listed, but who are known to you. How we do it is we celebrate the lives of those colleagues with applause. So please stand now to remember all those we've lost since we last met. Thank you very much, Conference. Our first keynote speaker is our excellent Deputy Leader, who, like me, comes from Ashton-under-Lyne, so that's a great bond. Angela.
Conference, Angela Rayner, first time Deputy Leader. I think I can still say that, Chair, because I know it's 18 months since you, our members, affiliated unions and supporters, gave me the honour of serving as your Deputy Leader, but this is the first time I've had the privilege and the pleasure of speaking to you in person. At Conference, there's nothing quite like party conference. But there's some things we didn't miss. The warm wine, the beige buffets, 8 hours compensating meeting if you were lucky, The struggle takes many forms. But you know, our movement has been a family to me throughout my life. And like so many families, we've waited patiently to gather in person. So here we are, and it's great to see so many in the hall. And even better, now we're off Zoom, because they can't even mute me. Conference, on the day I was declared your deputy leader, I just wanted to get on with working for the party. I wanted to stand up, speak out, but I could barely stand and I could barely speak. Because like so many, I'd caught coronavirus. And I know too well that I am lucky to have lived through it, when others, including members of my own family, did not. And I'm grateful that I'm here today, and I'm grateful to all those who helped our country survive it too. We saw the very best of our movement through this crisis. Our Labour councillors and mayors fought for their communities alongside Manchester's finest, Marcus Rashford. They fed hungry kids when ministers wouldn't. The Welsh Labour government led the UK's most successful vaccination programme. Our trade unions fought for furlough, for PPE, and for their members to stay safe. And our key workers, you served our country, you saved our country, you deserve better, and Britain deserves better, and Labour will be better. Conference, we must become the government our nation deserves, not the one it has. When I think about the sacrifices working people have made, I think of Jill and Leslie, Unison reps, who live in my constituency and do the same job that I used to do. They visit elderly and vulnerable people who can't manage on their own. They're paid less than the minimum wage, which is already too low to live on because they're not paid between the visits. With every trip, for every person they care for, they face the choice. Do I cut down on my time caring, or do I work longer without pay? And it's not a choice for Jill and Leslie. They're carers in every sense because they care deeply for the people they look after. They value their work and they take great pride in it. They deserve not just fair pay and decent conditions, but dignity and respect. Basic values of our party and of our country too. That's why today, Conference, I'm publishing our Green Paper on employment rights. At Conference, I just want to thank Andy MacDonald, who's over there. Andy, stand up for me. Our Shadow Secretary of State for Employment Rights. And I want to thank our Shadow Minister, Imran Hussain, and Andy's whole team, who have gone into tremendous work producing our most detailed set of policies to date. And Andy, we couldn't ask for a better person to be our future Secretary of State. And I want to thank our affiliated trade unions for all the meetings, discussion and research that went into this. And we didn't even provide you with a beer and sandwiches. Conference, I'm not presenting you with a policy document that will sit on a shelf collecting dust. Let's make this real and show every worker in every workplace, in every corner of our country, that with their support, their lives, their jobs, their communities can and will be better. Conference, this green paper is for every parent tearing your hair out, trying to get childcare, or missed a sports day, or a parents' evening because you couldn't come in early or leave early. It's for every young person who daren't not turn down a shift on 0 hours contract because you might not get hours next week, and you can't take a break, and you can't get sick. And it's for every worker who went to work and never made it home, and for their families who will never see them again. Conference, this is the reality for millions of people all around our country. But it doesn't have to be this way. The Tories' political choices made it this way. Labour will make different choices, not by turning back the clock to a bygone era, but by facing the future with workers' rights fit for a modern world. We will empower people to have a real say over their own working lives. And in this hall, we know, Conference, that our greatest power comes from not when we stand alone, but when we stand and work together. Throughout our history, that is how victories and progress for working people has been achieved. And Conference, no one knows that better than the Shrewsbury 24. After 47 years, they got their day in court, and finally, they got that miscarriage of justice overturned. And it's that same spirit and tradition that I'm announcing today, our plan for fair pay agreements. A Labour government will bring together representatives of workers and employers to negotiate pay and conditions in every sector. Collective bargaining in every sector will end the free market free-for-all that encourages undercutting, exploitation and a race to the bottom. Conference, it will give workers and their representatives a legally enforceable seat at the table to set a fair rate for the job, agree basic standards and tackle gender and ethnicity pay gaps, end discrimination, promote equality and make work accessible for disabled workers. A Conference, as a former care worker, we'll start with social care for people like Jill and Leslie. Jill and Leslie and the 600,000 carers who are paid less than the living wage. In New Zealand, our sister parties establishing agreements just like these. In Wales, our own Labour government social partnership means that workers have a real say on issues that impact on their lives. And as trade unionists, I know, and you know, there is no better way to deliver a better deal for working people than empowering trade unions to negotiate on our behalf. But you know, conference, some things are not negotiable. So Labour in power will give all workers rights from day one in their jobs: sick pay, holiday pay, parental leave and protection against unfair dismissal. We will create one single worker status, banning bogus self-employment and ending the absurd situation in which you can wear a uniform, work regular hours for one sole business and yet be considered by the law to be self-employed. You're either a worker or you're genuinely self-employed. And either way, we will change your working life for the better. And we will not only ban zero-hour contracts, but ensure that all contracts come with minimum hours and reflect normal working life, requiring notice of shift changes and pay when they're cancelled at the last minute. At conference, I think of the young parent in my own constituency, trying to bring up a child while working shifts on a zero-hour contract, each week hoping that their shift can work around the childcare because they can't leave the little one waiting at the school gates, but they have to put food on the table too. A Labour government will change their life by writing common decency and fairness into the rules of our economy. At conference, that's why Labour will end the scandalous practice of fire and rehire once and for all. It's why I stood with the members of Unite and GMB as they took action at companies like British Airways and British Gas. And I said to those companies, if you use the country's name, you better respect the country's values. And when I'm Deputy Prime Minister, it won't just be words they'll face, but the full force of the law. Conference never, under a Labour government, will bad employers hold all the cards in a stacked deck. That applies to work-life balance too. A global pandemic has reinforced for a lot of us how precious time off is and how utterly exhausting the daily grind can be. So Labour will introduce a new right to flexible working as the default, protections for those with caring responsibilities and a right to switch off too. Now, working from home has given some of us a new freedom and flexibility, but it's also blurred the lines between what is home and what is work. A new economy needs workers' rights that reflect the way we work now. We will learn the lessons of this pandemic, increasing statutory sick pay and making it universal so that everyone can afford to live while they're off sick or self-isolating. That's not only fair for working people, but it's vital for all our health as well. At conference, we will put mental health and safety on a legal par with physical health and safety. And we will make sure the laws are enforced by a new empowered watchdog, unlike this government, which has not prosecuted one single case over unsafe work in the pandemic. The Tories will say that to be pro-worker is to be anti-business. Conference, we have to nail that lie. So many businesses play by the rules. They do the right thing, but are undercut by the offshore and the unscrupulous. many of them small and medium-sized businesses who are the backbone of local and regional economies, they deserve better too. The country has already waited too long, already shouldered too heavy a burden. And as your Deputy Prime Minister, I will go into government with our first Green Paper already prepared, and within the first 100 days of coming into office, we will sign into law the New Deal for working people. And Conference, I absolutely believe that these policies will transform our country and the lives of its people. And what a contrast to a government that is taking £1,400 out of the pockets of a nurse. Over £2 billion that they're giving to taxpayers' money has been dished out to their Tory donors and mates and ministers. There's only one rule with this cabinet, and that is that there's one rule for them and one rule for all of us. Like the Foreign Secretary, cancelling leave for our troops and then trooping off to the beach. One rule for them, another rule for us. The Prime Minister who got pinged and tried to go to work anyway. One rule for them, another rule for us. And who can forget the Barnard Castle eye test? One rule for them, another rule for us. And you know what? It matters because when they use the public purse as a personal cash point, we literally all pay the bill. Billions were wasted on useless equipment. We now spend nearly £1 million a day simply storing it. Our money lying in the pockets of their mates. Or in the case of the Health Secretary, £30 million going to his pub landlord. He's now been ordered by the court, apparently, to hand over his WhatsApp messages, but quite frankly, I don't think I want to know what's on Matt Hancock's WhatsApp. But Conference, I do promise you this. We'll stop the dodgy deals handing public money to ministers' mates. It's bad news for my pub landlord, but it's good news for the public. And let me tell you this. As the Minister for Procurement, I won't sign a single penny that goes to a company that exploits its workers or doesn't pay its taxes. Conference, we will stamp out the Tory sleaze that has polluted our politics and corrupted our democracy. The racket is over, their time is up. A Labour government will sweep away the failed system. Our Integrity and Ethics Commission will do what it says on the tin, put integrity and ethics back into government. And Conference, I can't think of anyone better to lead that change than our Shadow Cabinet Office team and Cat Smith, our Shadow Minister for Democracy. Just imagine, Conference. Just imagine a Minister for Democracy who's actually for democracy. And we've got Jack Dromey, who brings a lifetime of experience in the Labour movement, and Fleur Anderson, who won Putney from the Tories and has never shied away from a fight. And who can forget our Diane Hayter, who has beaten the Tories in the Lords countless times, and Floris, who's one of our brightest rising stars of our movement. And it will be led from the top. And what a contrast, conference, our leader is to the current Prime Minister. Ours has a lifetime of public service. Theirs has a lifetime of self-service. Conference in 1945, our party put forward a manifesto called Let Us Face the Future. And I believe that is our task this week. Then, as now, our country stood together in the face of a global crisis. A crisis that we survived through shared values of collectivism, community and public service. Labour values, British values. Then, as now, we were proud of our country and our communities. And yes, working people were proud of our class as well. Then, as now, we wanted better. In 1945, the country faced a choice between a Tory government who sought the credit for the shared achievement but longed for the status quo that preceded it, where the state would step back and the market would rule again, where people knew their place and took what was given, or a Labour government that would harness the values that saved a nation and make a country fit for those who had fought for it too. Our country chose to face that future. And now, conference, let us face the future again. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Conference. Conference, the next item of business is the General Secretary's report, and I call David to the rostrum, please.
We'll follow that. Conference, it's the honour of a lifetime to be your General Secretary. I want to thank Angela for inspiring us like that and showing us just how to take the fight to the Tories and just why we absolutely must win. It's a real pleasure working with you, Angela, even though you did liken me to Scott Parker, the Fulham manager, not in a good way, on one occasion. Conference, I want to thank the NEC for offering me the job, and Keir Starmer, who's gone, Keir Starmer, I'm sure, for offering me his support and confidence over the last 14 months. Conference, I want your support too. That's why I'll be calling for a card vote on my election as General Secretary. And I ask for your backing. I hadn't met Keir before I started the job. Because of the pandemic, I didn't meet him for 4 months. But the more I get to know him, the more impressed I am. He has the steel to win, the decency to stand up and be counted, and the integrity to carry our values into government. My number one job with you is to make him Prime Minister. Today, conference, I'd like to talk about how we do this, but first I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm not a politician, and I don't want to be one. 4 years as a councillor in my 20s gave me huge respect for councillors, but told me that elected office wasn't where I could best make a difference. I'm a lifelong Labour member, A170341, trade unionist, GMB, A188849, and cooperator 114325. Everybody remembers why they joined Labour. What was it for you? For me, Jeremy Corbyn. Well, well, let me tell you what it was for me. For me, it was seeing my brother Rob, who has a learning disability, being bullied. I wanted to live in a country where everyone is respected without prejudice. That's why I made Labour my family back in 1979. In 2018, Rob proudly stood as the Labour candidate in his local ward, with the support of the brilliant Bromley Labour Party, doing it for himself. Our brotherhood is affirmed by our mutual love of Labour and, sadly for us, Chester Football Club. But Rob's here today. Stand up, Rob. In my first job, which was for Croydon Trades Council, I learnt about organising and solidarity. On a food collection for striking miners, I was arrested and charged with obstruction. No case to answer, and the £400 cost against the police went straight to the Miners' Support Fund. I then became a Labour Party organiser. Ever since then, conference, I've been accused of belonging to one faction in the Labour Party. Conference, to that I plead guilty. I'm dedicated to the organising faction, the faction that pulls up its sleeves, the faction that fights elections, ward by ward, street by street, voter by voter. Fuelled by the promise of a society without injustice or prejudice. That's who I am, that's what I'm for. And I won't stop fighting every day to get this Tory government out and a Labour government in. But you know, prejudice is something we always have to be vigilant about. Look at the treatment of Maureen Colquhoun, who died this year. A proud Labour lesbian MP, deselected by her local party in the 1970s because of her sexuality. It was a privilege as General Secretary to be able to send her a card on her 92nd birthday last year. I was told how much joy it gave her and how to know that she was remembered by the party and that she still mattered. We've made progress. We've made progress, but our fight against prejudice isn't yet won. That's why we've moved resolutely to tackle anti-Semitism. We're delivering an action plan to drive it out of our party. I'm working hands-on with the Jewish community to regain their trust. That's why, confidence, with your support, we will have by December an independent complaints process for all forms of discrimination. But we can't just deal with symptoms. That's why all party staff, MPs and thousands of members have already taken anti-Semitism training provided by our great affiliate, the Jewish Labour Movement. It's why I've set up a diversity and inclusion board For the first time ever, we're auditing the diversity of our organisation and acting on it. And I'd like to take a moment to thank our staff. In less than 2 years, we've had a general election, a pandemic, a bumper set of elections in May, and a really tough financial backdrop. Their dedication and hard work hasn't faltered for a second. But conference, the main reason I ask for your support today is so I can support you, Keir and Angela, to get Labour into government. How we win starts from a crucial question. Voters will ask us, what is the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party? Well, thank you for your courtesy. For me, it's this. The Conservative Party was set up by people in Parliament to impose a set of values and views on the people. The Labour Party was set up by the people, by our trade unions, to give the people a voice in Parliament. That's as true today as it was 120 years ago. Indeed, doing things together is what defines us. Without collective action, we can't achieve our core goals: fairness, solidarity, equality of power and opportunity. It's also how we win. The Conservatives will always have money, but Labour has so much more. We are a movement. But in too many places, if we're honest, over many years, our bond with the people has been broken. To win next time, we need to tell our Labour story about the future, as Angela outlined. The first step starts with humility, by listening intently to voters and by drawing on the wisdom that flows from that. I remember canvassing a voter in Crawley in the last election. After 10 minutes of listening to him, he said, "You're not saying much." I said, "No, I want to hear from you." On polling day, I met him again. He gave me the thumbs up. He knew I'd heard and he voted Labour. It sounds simple, and like all good politics, it is. No one understands that better than Kim Leadbeater MP. Kim did so magnificently in Batley and Spen because she's an instinctive community organiser. That meant when the poison was being poured out by Galloway and others, voters knew the truth. That's why I speak regularly with voters, and I expect every member of Labour Party staff to do so too. There's nothing like it. It's like plugging into the mains. That's why we're changing our organisation, turning it inside out, putting voters at the centre of everything we do, with a modern approach to campaigning, investing in our members to have high-quality doorstep and digital conversations with voters, driven by our values but on their terms. I'll close by pledging to you the type of General Secretary I will continue to be. I will not accept prejudice directed at anybody in the party or by anybody in the party. I will not accept abuse directed at anybody in the party or by anybody in the party. And I will certainly not accept another defeat by the Tories. Conference, our party is a truly great thing, needed more now than ever, but it doesn't belong to us. We're passing through. We have the responsibility to look after it, to pass it on to those who come after us, better than we found it. I promise that is what I will do. I won't shy away from tough decisions, and we won't agree about everything, but I will always tell you what I believe, and I will always listen. We have so much work to do, so let's pull up our sleeves and organise, organise, organise. So when the general election comes, we will win, win, win. Conference Chair, please call a card vote and support me as your General Secretary.
Thank you, David. And as you have heard from David, we will now have a card vote. The NEC recommends that delegates vote for the election of the General Secretary. Tellers, please take your positions. This is card vote number 40. And you need to put either your for or against ballot in one of the ballot boxes. I hope new delegates can follow that, but I'm sure people will help you. Okay? Thank you very much. Colleagues, if you have not yet voted, please keep your hand in the air with your card in it so that the tellers can tell that there are still people who have to have their cards collected. Thank you. You don't need to stand up, I don't think, but just keep your card in the air. Hello. Conference, could those delegates who are standing please sit down? I'm told that although it's very well-meaning of you, and thank you for holding your ballots up, don't stop doing that, but you're hiding other people who are holding up ballots. Sorry about that. How are we getting on? If you still haven't had the chance to vote, please hold your card up nice and high so the tellers can see it. looking not... As a last call, the tellers think we've got all the ballots. If you're somebody who hasn't yet had the opportunity to cast your ballots, please make sure the tellers see you. Okay, voting is now closed and we'll have the result in about an hour. So in the meantime, please go back to your seats, colleagues, because we're now going to hear from the party chair. Can you resume your seats, please? We're going on with conference business. Go straight into the video.
Sorry?
Go straight into the video.
Yeah.
Conference, can I call you to order, please? We're going to play a video in a moment, and I know how much you all love that. That will be the first video of this conference. Since we last met, an awful lot has happened. Much of it not very pleasant, not least losing very, very badly a general election. But there are good things that have happened as well. And one of them is that we have a new party chair, Annalise Dodds. She's one of our... She's one of our brightest and best MPs, and I'm sure is an ideal choice to help in making sure we have the policies that we'll need as we approach the next general election. So no pressure, Annalise. But as I say, before we hear from Annalise, we're going to see a video. Please play it.
We achieve incredible things when we come together. Britain showed that time and time again during the darkest days of the pandemic. Across our country, people came together to look after their neighbours and communities, support key workers and local businesses, and to help the vaccine effort. We proved that we're stronger together. Labour wants to harness that spirit to start building a better future for everyone in Britain. One where the government helps communities to thrive no matter where they are on the map. Where world-class public services work for everyone from day one. And where Britain leads the way on tech and green innovation, creating stable and secure jobs for all. The Conservatives won't bring Britain together after this crisis, so it's up to us to deliver the change our country needs. How? Through Stronger Together, the roadmap to develop key policies ahead of the next general election.
Under Labour, we will guarantee a real living wage of at least £10 an hour, and that not only will flexibility work for your employer, but you will get flexible working.
Our jobs promise will ensure that every young person who's been out of work for 6 months is offered a quality education or training or employment opportunity.
I'm proud we're cleaning up our toxic air, which hits the poorest children in the most deprived areas the hardest.
Labour has a plan to invest £30 billion in 400,000 green jobs.
Manufacturing jobs across our country, jobs insulating homes, jobs building infrastructure in our towns and cities for walking and cycling, jobs building the flood defences our country need, jobs that could tackle the unemployment crisis, particularly facing young people. There is a positive future to be written for our communities up and down the country.
Many of us have knocked on doors right across the country, and the issue that comes up time and time again is crime and antisocial behaviour.
As Director of Public Prosecutions, I saw firsthand the value of preventative services and early intervention. In the NHS, people go to work not just because it's a job, but with a deep, deep sense of public service.
I am so proud as we announce Welsh Labour's plan to give our care workers the pay rise that they deserve. Because when we clapped for our carers, we meant it.
lots of food centres and food banks around the country are popping up and trying to help. And that's why, as an opposition, we've really tried to fight for food security for children over the holidays.
Labour has always known that by working together with others across the world, we can change it. From the creation of NATO and the United Nations, to negotiating peace in Northern Ireland, and creating the world's first legally binding framework to tackle climate change. This is how we build a fairer country and a safer world.
Over a decade of Conservative rule left our country horribly unprepared for the COVID pandemic. Only Labour in government can fix the inequalities that were so brutally exposed by this crisis. We achieve more together than we do alone. That belief is central to the exciting, hopeful vision for Britain that Stronger Together will set out. We need to build a future Britain that we're all proud of. Labour did it before, and together we can do it again. So let's bring Britain together for a greener, fairer and more secure future.
Thank you very much indeed. And can I say how wonderful it is to be with all of you today. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to be standing before you as chair of our party. Our Labour Party, founded over 100 years ago in the shadow of dark satanic mills, and today fighting harder than ever for decent jobs, proper pay and dignity at work. The party of our NHS. The party that set up the first national parks and green spaces for people to enjoy. And the only party that can protect our planet while protecting jobs. Now, more than ever, Britain needs a Labour government. The last 18 months have exposed just how unequal and unfair our country has become under the Conservatives. But the crisis also showed what the British people achieve when we come together. Across our country, people united to look after their neighbours. Trade unions and businesses worked with the Welsh Government to build ventilators in record time. And our NHS worked with thousands of volunteers, Oxford University and business, to create a vaccine in months when that would normally have taken years. We've shown that we are stronger together, and that's the title of our policy roadmap. Now today, I'm proud to present to conference its first two reports. Britain in 2030 shows how Labour would start to meet the biggest challenges of our age, from an electric car revolution to catch up for every child, to a Race Equality Act, to a trade policy that protects jobs at home while securing human rights abroad, and much, much more. The report shows how much better our country will be under Labour. I'm so grateful to all the Labour members, trade unions, shadow Labour teams, members of the MPF and socialist societies who've contributed to it. That's right, you should all give yourselves a round of applause. So you've done a great job. Now, as we continue to develop the key new policies to win the next general election, the stakes have rarely been higher. These callous, chaotic, crony Conservatives plunge new depths every day. This Conservative Party shovels money to its chums and acts, as Angela said, like there's one rule for senior Tories and a different rule for everyone else. This Conservative Party likes to consider itself the party of opportunity. And to be fair, if, like my opposite number, Ben Elliott, you're a nephew to a royal, you were educated at Eton, and you can fly tea bags to Madonna, you too could go far in the Conservative Party. You know, Ben Elliott recently was joined by Oliver Dowden as a Conservative Party co-chair. confirming what many in this hall have always known. It takes 2 Tory men to do the job of 1 Labour woman. Now, Conference, we know Britain deserves better than the Conservatives, and we're showing that in communities up and down the country where Labour is transforming lives right now. As our second report says, Labour works. In Wales, in Scotland, in local government, with our metro mayors and our police and crime commissioners, Labour is delivering right now for communities, jobs and our environment. There's so much to fight for. The power is in our hands, in the miles we walk on the streets to knock on people's doors, and the tons of leaflets we all deliver. And it's also in the choices we make about who we are and what we do as a party. At this conference, we must have the confidence to set things right, once and for all, with a new independent complaints process. So there is never, ever any place for anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-black racism, or prejudice or discrimination of any kind. Where we root out sexual harassment, wherever it rears its ugly head, and where we are a constant, uncompromised, clarion voice for equality, respect, and social justice. Britain can't take another 5 years of these job-destroying, climate-wrecking, poverty-growing, division-sowing, I wish they were division-sowing, they're division-sowing, sleaze-ridden Tories. Conference, let's get serious. Let's take the energy, commitment, and passion that's in this hall, and let's use it to boot them out. To get into government for Labour and to pull our country up for a stronger future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalise. Conference, we're now going to consider the financial reports, which are on pages 51 to 57 of the National Executive Committee Annual Report, along with the reports on stability in our finances. And I'll invite the Party Treasurer, Diana Holland, to present her report.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. I am honoured to present the Treasurer's report to this 2021 Labour Party conference and to report that in spite of everything we've had to face, from the 1st of January to the 31st of December 2019 and 2020, for the 4th and 5th full years in succession, we remain debt-free as a party. It was a great honour to be re-elected as your Treasurer, and I would like to thank all parts of the party for the confidence that you've placed in me. This past year has been a really difficult one for all of us, and it remains a difficult time for our finances too. In difficult times like these, the discipline of the NEC finance strategy, supported by all leaders and all general secretaries for more than a decade, has never been more critical. It was this strategy that enabled the party to become debt-free, and it is this strategy that will ensure we stay debt-free. In straight terms, our finance strategy means all money spent is measured against our priorities as a party and as a movement, and our budget set and closely monitored to ensure future financial stability and security, money to fund the next general election campaign, as well as delivering what is needed today. Over the past year, managing party finances in line with this strategy has become a far greater challenge for our party. First, of course, has been the impact of COVID. The terrible impact on people's lives and livelihoods has also had an impact on party finances. We had to hold back fundraising efforts, and we lost major income from annual conference. Second, the 2019 general election result reduced the opposition political party funds, known as short money, for Labour by £1.5 million, a 22% cut. Third, the Gerrymandering Trade Union Act, or as it should be called, the Anti-Trade Union Act, remains a major risk for trade union political funds. Fourth, our general election trust fund means we were able to allocate election funds when they were needed. However, our reserve funds have inevitably been hit by contesting 3 general elections in less than 5 years. And as I reported in 2019, the uncertainty of the Theresa May government meant that after the 2017 general election, unlike in previous times, it was decided to maintain the party staffing and organisation on an election-ready footing. This was further extended after the 2019 general election, right through to the vital elections we had to contest earlier this year. Fifth, the reality of the legal challenges affecting the party, whatever their merit, means legal expenditure has increased hugely over the past 5 years to over £2 million a year. All these pressures have taken their toll on party finances. But the situation would be so much more difficult without all the support that we receive. So I want to take this opportunity to place on record my thanks. My sincere thanks to CLPs, to affiliated trade unions and socialist societies, to our elected members, councillors, MPs, MSPs, AMs, mayors, police commissioners, and thank you to all the thousands and thousands of individual members and supporters. All your donations, large and small, make a real difference to Labour campaigning. On behalf of us all, I want to thank you. We know from history that surges in membership at general elections are followed by a fall in membership in the following years. However, it is still important to recognise our membership does remain high when compared with previous decades. 1 year on from the 1997 election, membership had fallen to 380,000. 1 year on from the 2010 general election, it was under 200,000. 1 year on from the 2019 general election, our membership was still 500,000. But these are difficult times for party finances. These are difficult times for everyone. These are divided times too, but they are not unique times. Throughout more than a century of Labour, we've had to find the ways to come together and rebuild our strength. From the depths of the 1920s and 30s defeat of the general strike and the split over the Ramsay-MacDonald coalition, the great progressive 1945 Labour government rose, which gave us the National Health Service and the pillars of the welfare state. From the 13 years of Tory misrule through Macmillan and to Heath, we saw the Labour governments of the 60s and 70s, which introduced the Equal Pay Act, Race Relations Act, maternity rights, and health and safety at work. From the breakaway of the SDP under the shadow of Thatcher in the 1980s, to the election of the Labour government 1997 to 2010, from which we gained the national minimum wage, the Equality Act, Sure Start, paternity leave, and the right to paid holidays for all workers. The fundamental lesson we must take for our history is this: that we achieve most when all parts of our party can come together. I was first elected to the NEC trade union section in 1994, and I've experienced the highs and lows of those 27 years, the frustrations and the joy. I know none of us joined this party for the sake of party finances. I know I didn't. But we joined political parties to change the world for the better. That's why we support progressive policies and why we seek to win elections to put them into practice. But I do know, as your Treasurer, to fill these ambitions, we need stable, secure finances. As John Prescott always says, the politics of organisation and the politics of ideas go hand in hand together. My final words are these. The NEC finance strategy was needed to eliminate the historic debt. It took us over 10 years, but we did it. In times of increasing financial strength, the NEC finance strategy helped us make sense of competing priorities for spending while building up the General Election Trust Fund. Today, the NEC finance strategy is what we need to steer us through the turbulent waters we now face. That was the message when I was first elected Treasurer 11 years ago, and that is my message to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. I was about to say, does anybody want to ask any questions or make any points? We're looking for brief remarks, if I may, rather than long speeches. I see a delegate there. Please register at the desk closest to you. If you remember, there's one at each side of the hall. If you don't mind, this delegate's just about to speak.
Thanks for that. Crispin Flintoff, Henley, CLP. It's interesting to hear the Treasurer's report, but there's one thing missing, which is the lack of money for CLPs. Every year, CLPs get £2.50 out of £50. How can we afford to do campaigns on the ground when we have so little money? A survey recently showed that 50% of CLPs don't have any office space, and another survey found that 20% can't afford to bring delegates to conference. I've done 250 fundraisers for CLPs over the last 9 years, and I've had no support from the Labour Party centrally, and I can't see how we are going to win back red wall seats if they have no money. That's my point of order. My question is, how are we going to get the money, or do we wait for Rupert Murdoch to give it to us?
That would be rather a long wait, I think. I've got two other delegates. Is that a woman behind? Yeah, can I call you? And was there someone else in front of you? If we could just have a couple of briefs, and then I'll ask Diana to come back to deal with the points that are made.
Hi. My question was about the risk of the drop in membership. Sorry?
Name and
Oh,
organization.
sorry. My name is Stephanie Lynn-Kogel, and I'm a CLPA delegate from Islington North. My question was to do with the large drop in Labour Party membership and the income associated with that. So this would represent if, say, we lost about 150,000 members, which is what some of the estimates are saying. This would result in a £5 million loss of income. So I'd just like to know if this is taken into account in terms of financial risks, if the auditors of the accounts were informed of this risk, and how this is being mitigated. And just another quick point was there was £1.5 million expenditure on political activities and publishing and administration, but a drop in staff costs. So if there could just be some explanation of that. And then finally, about short money. How is short money being monitored in terms of being spent for proper purposes? Thank you.
I don't know if this is the same person. Yes, Delegate, straight in front. Don't forget, colleagues, if there's anybody who needs accessible route to the platform, it's that side, not this side. It hasn't arisen at the moment, but don't forget.
Ian Hodgson, Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union, raising a point of order. If we're an inclusive party and we have the opportunity to take part in a card vote, and then there's people in a queue trying to get hold of their card votes, and then you close the card vote, that really isn't very inclusive, and it does prohibit people from being able to have their say in this very inclusive party. And you know, obviously, it's disappointing when such things happen. You should put enough administration staff on to make sure they're able to pick up the packs to enable them to take part in votes. And it's very disappointing when that doesn't happen.
I accept that completely. Could I just say, I don't know if you're a new delegate, colleague, but it is, delegates are advised to pick up their card votes in advance, precisely in order to avoid the kind of problem that you identify, which none of us would wish to have. Okay. Of course.
Hello, my name is Ahmed Brook, and I'm a delegate for Old Bexley and Sidcup. As a CLP, thank you. As a CLP, we get too many leaflets, and the problem is, we get so much. How to explain this? We get so many leaflets, and the problem is, it affects the finances, and it's not good for the environment either. And I ask, how many leaflets do we need? We get as a CLP so much, and it's a problem essentially. And that's my comment, basically. Okay?
Thank you for being brief. Thank you, colleague. And I think we have another colleague at this side. And then I'm going to ask Diana to reply.
Chair, Asif Hanif, first time CLP delegates. Brentford and Isleworth, I want to request to my party to be stronger together for all parts of life. Please include in your finances for the people with disabilities to have an organized political activism in every CLP. I want my Finance and Treasury Secretary to please allocate and facilitate people with disabilities in this party that can stand for all walks and to the country and this nation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleague, and thank you especially for your brevity. Diana, would you like to go and briefly reply, please?
Thank you, everyone. Crispin raised a really important point. It's been raised before, and I think the simplest thing to say, the amount you quoted is not actually, it's more than that. I can't answer off the top of my head, but it is more than £2.50 because it did go up with inflation. However, we have agreed in the Business Board, because of the number of complaints and issues that have risen, and because this has been raised by members of the NEC, that we need to look again. So that is going to happen. So I can give you that assurance. The Second point, there were lots of questions in what you raised, Stephanie. I will, if any of them require more detailed answers, we'll need to look back to get them. But just to say, there's a short money return submitted every year. It is very closely monitored. And obviously the party itself has to monitor its accounts to do that. There's also, in terms of financial risk, it is always a difficult thing in the business board because we have to recognise the way in which membership and money that comes into the party does fluctuate in a pattern over the years. On top of that, of course, there are different events happen that add or take away from that. But therefore, we have to predict. And all of those predictions can be taken out of context and used against us, which is why it is really hard to do that. However, we did predict that there would be a loss in membership, which was reported, and the auditors are aware, and they have accepted the party's financial returns as a going concern. Okay? There is also an audit risk committee which evaluates everything that the business board does independently of those of us that are on that part of the party's elected committees. In terms of how it's mitigated, well, all the time we are looking at what we can do to mitigate. When we had the debt, we could not have any money allocated to campaigning at all because everything was needed to cope with core costs. And so now we're in a position where we've been able to factor in some money for campaigning. But of course, we've got the experience and we know what we have to do, and we have to pare everything out to do what we can to pay out the minimum to get the maximum achievement. It is really difficult. It's not where we want to be. We want to make sure that we're growing again. That is clearly the aim. But while we're in the current position, we have to manage it in a way that keeps our party as strong as possible. In terms of too many leaflets, it's always a balancing act, this, because people do need leaflets, and leaflets play an important part. But also, and I would say it's more of an organisational than a financial issue, but there are obviously issues around what's the most cost-effective way to conduct things. Sometimes it's electronic, sometimes it's in paper format. But if there are issues for your constituency, can I suggest that you contact the region and sort out if there's the wrong numbers coming to you? That's clearly not right. And we want to save every unnecessary bit of expenditure that we can. In terms of disabled people, there are some constitutional amendments coming to this conference which do strengthen the important part that disabled people need to play and do play in our party. And obviously, those will have to be funded, and that will be our responsibility to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We now need to formally adopt those financial statements. Is that accepted by conference? Thank you. And can we also accept the NEC report as a whole, please? Thank you, conference. We now turn to the Merit and Best Practice Awards, I think, or have I turned over 2 pages? No, I haven't. Good. Right. The General Secretary will now introduce this year's Best Practice Award.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, Chair. You've just asked...
Organisation, Chair.
Sorry, Ian Drummond, Edinburgh Eastern CLP. Thank you. I'm a little confused. You've just asked, tried to sort of wave through the NEC report. Does the conference accept it or not? But the chair of the CAC earlier, when he was asked about this, in his report said that we can't vote on remitting back the NEC report. So which one is it? Because I personally, most of what's in the NEC report is probably good or neutral, But I'd personally like a chance to vote against it, since it includes these bans and prescriptions that have included kicking out Ken Loach, who last time I was a delegate, the mere mention of his name got a standing ovation, and now he's being chucked out. And I'm not now, nor have I ever been a witch hunter, and I think a lot of us don't want to be in this party, and I think we want to welcome people like Ken Loach back.
Okay, you said it was a point of order.
My point of order is, if we do have a vote on the NEC, let's have it.
I've got your point of order. First of all, I'm afraid there's a bit of a misunderstanding, and maybe I know Harry did his best to explain it as clearly as he could. It is not possible in our standing orders to refer back anything but policy documents. You can't refer back the NEC report. You can vote against it, and if you wish to do so, your opportunity was when I asked conference if the NEC report was agreed. So, thank you very much. I was really hoping that was going to be a genuine point of order, because they're so rare, but never mind. David, please do the best practice awards.
Conference, it gives me truly great pleasure to introduce the Best Practice Awards. We've changed the categories this year to celebrate the incredible work of our party, our members, as they've risen to the challenges of the last 2 years. The awards are given out. It's a tough choosing who receives them at conference, because they represent a huge body of great work by our party members, coming together with innovative, exciting, and some just downright hard work to represent us and to win elections. These show our Labour values in action. Every one of these winners is an absolute inspiration. It's my pleasure to introduce, I think, a short video to showcase some of the work.
It's really important as women that we shout about our achievements and celebrate the achievements of other women. We've tried our best to make sure that the women's branch is inclusive and active. We've had more women involved, so more women involved in getting out campaigning. We've also had more women getting involved in more of the formal aspects of the CLP.
The women's branch was really just starting to come into its own when COVID hit. We've really tried hard to create more online inclusivity, and we have met the challenge.
We believe our efforts have created trust and new and meaningful networks with these groups across the region, and is firm evidence that local Labour is committed to them and takes action.
We made sure that we offered members lots and lots of different ways that they could get involved.
We were tasked with talking to many people at a time it wasn't normal to talk to many people. Our phone bank team has massively increased the quality and quantity of Labour's data, and we've connected with many people. We're a team, and I'm proud to be part of that team.
We wanted to ensure we were doing something different on top of the usual Labour Party stuff.
In Airdrie and Shot, Scotland, I spent polling day speaking to voters on the phone and witnessed that we had successfully obtained a 9% swing.
My biggest challenge was listening to tough and emotional stories. People who have lost their loved ones to COVID, local residents all over the country. They felt listened to, and we had many honest conversations.
We have transformed the phone banking task force into an incredible and invaluable campaigning asset.
The phone bank has been an amazing mechanism for bringing Labour activists together, and I'm very happy to have been a part of that.
We've organised food parcel delivery during the pandemic. We've organised holiday activities for children, one school, free school meals. We've been there. We've given confidence to our community.
I was one of the administrators of the Facebook page Bradford District Labour Campaigning. We invited all our friends from Bradford and beyond to join the group, and then in there we advertised all the campaigning sessions that were going on in Batley and Spen, right throughout the whole day and evening.
We're a Labour council leading from the front, on the side of our carers, giving thousands a wage boost, putting in place our progressive plans to make our borough a better place to live and work in. And as the home of the Rochdale pioneers, it underlines the cooperative spirit that has shaped Rochdale's past and will define its future.
We had a small but perfectly formed team in the Vale of Clwyd, out on the doorstep campaigning for our candidate. Of course, the pandemic made it all the more difficult. We couldn't get out as we wanted to, but we carried on as well as we could. And although we didn't get our candidate over the line, I'm delighted to say that North Wales saw their first regional member of the Senedd and also the first North Wales Police Crime Commissioner for North Wales.
My name is Buffy Williams, and I'm really pleased to say that I am now the Senedd member for Rhondda. The much-needed COVID restrictions made this a campaign like no other. We relied heavily on social media and phone banking. It was tough only having 3 weeks to really connect with voters on the doorstep. But in true Labour Party spirit, and with the support of Welsh Labour throughout, we worked together in Rhondda to run a positive, effective and successful campaign.
Thank you very much, Conference, for applauding this year's best practice winners, a great bunch. And we also take time every year to recognise the contributions of individual members who've gone above and beyond. And this year, we have merit awards for Caitlin Bisknell and Christine Wilkinson. Caitlin's been at the heart of the Labour Party in High Peak and in Buxton for 3 decades, providing continuity over that period and played a major role in campaigning throughout. Caitlin, please come up and accept your reward from Angela and David. Okay. Chris Wilkinson's dedication to the Labour Party is evident. She's served as Selly Oak CLP Secretary for 25 years, Chair of the branch for 20 years, Election Agent for 27 years. But that doesn't do, I'm told, justice to her total commitment and dedication to the Labour Party over many years, always showing ability, steadfastness and enthusiasm. Chris, please come forward and collect your award. Conference, we're now moving to the Equalities Report. But before we begin this debate, if it really is, I was about to mention the sad case of Sabina Nessa. Is your point of order more important than that, colleague? If you feel it's genuinely pressing. Well, they aren't always, but yes, okay. Well, I'm not hearing any more. I was just going to say that as we come into the Equalities Report, I think it's right for us to bear in mind the sad case of Sabina Nessa, who was killed last Saturday. I think it would be right to take a moment to remember Sabina and the many other women who tragically we know will have been victims of violence over the same period, because so many women are still in our country every day of the year. Annalise Dodds is our new Shadow Women and Equalities Secretary. Annalise, would you address conference?
Well, good afternoon again, Conference. And Conference, I'm honoured to have been appointed by Keir Starmer to serve as Shadow Secretary of State for Women and Equalities. I must first pay warm tribute to my predecessor, Marcia de Cordova, a fearless and formidable advocate for equality all her life. And let me also say an enormous thank you to Charlotte Garada, our National Women's Officer, and all our sisters who made this summer's Women's Conference such a success. Well done. Conference equality is the core commitment of our party. It runs through us like the writing in a stick of Brighton rock, as we fight for a world free from all forms of bigotry and discrimination. The COVID-19 crisis has brutally exposed how unequal and unfair our country has become under the Conservatives. Disabled people have been 11 times more likely to die of COVID-19, and many have suffered as the Tories shamefully refused to uprate legacy benefits. Black, Asian and ethnic minority people were left overexposed, underprotected and overlooked throughout the pandemic, as Baroness Doreen Lawrence powerfully argued in her report An Avoidable Crisis. This situation is shocking, but sadly not surprising. Even before the pandemic hit, Britain under the Tories was already horribly unequal. Ethnic minority people twice as likely to be unemployed as white people. Women in the UK still earning 18% less than men, a gender pay gap that would take 60 years to eradicate on current trends. Too many people feeling unsafe simply because of who they are. 1 in 5 LGBT plus workers the target of negative comments or conduct at work, and 1 in 3 trans people facing the same. Every single person in this country should know that their government always has their back. But as we know, Conference, the Conservatives are just letting people down. Conference, we need a more equal society. We need it now. And the people of Britain know that. We saw that in the public outcry over the women that Margaret just mentioned. Sarah Everard, Nicole Smallman, Biba Henry, Sabina Nessa, and so many women. When people came together to say enough is enough. We saw it this summer when our brilliant England football team took the knee together to say enough is enough. And what did the Tories do? They brought in a police and crime bill that doesn't even mention the word women, that issues longer sentences for attacking statues than for raping women. Conference, they published a report that denied structural racism even exists. They dragged their feet again and again on outlawing the abhorrent practice of conversion therapy. They failed to condemn those who booed the England players for taking a stand, showing themselves to be utterly out of touch with the people of this country. The Tories say they want a war on woke. Well, you know what I want, Conference? I want a war on inequality. I want a war on poverty. And I want a war on this callous and cronyist Conservative excuse for a government that seeks political gain from pitting community against community and neighbour against neighbour. What the past 18 months showed, time and time again, was that division is not what defines our country. When times were hard, we pulled together. We looked out for one another. In all its great diversity, this country united in the face of a common challenge and said, we'll come through this together. We're stronger together. That spirit is central to us as the Labour Party. It's who we are, and it will be central to the next Labour government and its defining mission to create a more equal society. A Labour government committed to an equal recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. A Labour government that would introduce a Race Equality Act to tackle structural racism and inequality at source. A Labour government that would make tackling violence against women and girls a priority. That's right, that's what we do. No more excuses. A Labour government that acknowledges that trans rights are human rights. A Labour government that would reform the Gender Recognition Act to enable a process for self-identification while continuing to support the 2010 Equalities Act. Conference, we know that a Labour government would make good on these commitments because every day where we're in power, Labour works to tackle unfairness and inequality. Every day, there are people in this country whose lives are better, who feel safer and more supported because of their Labour council, their Labour mayor, their Labour government in Wales. We need to make that a reality for everyone in this country, no matter who they are and no matter where they live. And that means a Labour government in Westminster, the only route to the better, more equal society we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise. Before we move on, I want to quickly give you the result of the card vote on the appointment of David Evans as the General Secretary. 59.05 for, 40.95 against. David is confirmed as the General Secretary. Conference, as well as the motions from CLPs and affiliates that will come out of the priorities ballot a bit later on today, we've also got two motions to consider from the National Women's Conference, which, as you've already heard, was extremely successful a little earlier this year. Could I ask the delegate from Unison to please come to the lectern to move the motion on women's equality after coronavirus? You have, you may remember, under the Conference Arrangements Committee report, you now have 4 minutes. What was somebody calling for?
Chair, Conference, Tracy Wainwright, speaking on behalf of Labour's Women Conference, but also on behalf of Unison, the UK's largest union. I'm particularly proud to move this motion as a Unison member. a union that's a voice of over 1 million women, women working in public services. Conference, this motion calls on the Labour Party to develop a comprehensive COVID recovery plan, a plan that specifically addresses the needs of women. Any plan have a commitment to gender equality in the workplace and in training at its heart. Conference, this motion highlights that women are more likely to be low-wage earners, more likely to have zero-hour contracts, and more likely to be part-time contracts. These inequalities during the years of Tory austerity and have gone much worse during the pandemic, made worse by the government's response. Conference, COVID-19 has increased inequality for women in the UK, in particular black women, working class women, women on low incomes, disabled women, mothers and carers. Conference, we welcome the commitments mentioned by Angela Rayner earlier. We welcome increased pay and benefits, affordable and accessible childcare, and challenge the Tories to do the same. In power, Labour must make women's working lives easier and gender equality back on track. Women need day one rights, like flexible working and parental and carers leave. Gender pay gap reporting must lead to action and must be mandatory. Conference, I could go on, and this motion is so much more in it, but time is short. Conference, now is the time for Labour to stand up for women in this country. The rebuilding of this country after the pandemic must not be done at the expense of women. Labour needs bold policies, and that makes real difference to women's lives. My union, Unison, was proud to take this motion to Labour Women's Conference and proud to work with other unions in constituency Labour parties to make sure this motion was heard here today. Conference, get behind this motion and let's put women at the centre of every Labour Party policy. This country needs rebuilding. Let Labour be the choice of the women, and let's end the inequality and the shame of this country. Thank you.
Tracy, would you, yes, could you just sign in there, Tracy, before you go back? And can I remind colleagues who are moving motions, you still need to register at the desk. And a delegate now from Labour International to second the motion. You have 2 minutes. Perhaps I could ask, we'll be moving on to the second motion. Perhaps I could ask the ASLEF delegate who's moving that to come and sign in before, and the delegate from Poole as well, so that we're all ready to go when we move on to their motion. Thank you.
Chantal Waring, Labour International. I'm very proud to support this, actually, because, as you can see, I'm a transgender lady. And thank you. The thing is, with COVID, women were affected far more than anybody else, really. They're the ones who are in the jobs that were most at risk. They're the ones that had to give up jobs to go and look after children, to go and care for elderly relatives, and to take on the bigger burden of everything that was going on at the time. The thing is, a lot of people are on zero-hour contracts and things like that. Those sort of jobs were the jobs that were most at risk. And women put themselves forward for this. They went and they did the job and they got it done. And the thing is, we now need to support them post-COVID. Well, we're still in the middle of it, aren't we? But we need to give them the support, or give women the support to look after the children and such like when they are fighting against a system that is so against them. And so therefore I'd just like to give this my full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. The second motion that's come to conference from the Women's Conference is on violence against women and girls and will be moved by ASLEF. Would the delegate please come to the rostrum, whichever one they're going to.
I'm Kerry Cassidy, here as a delegate for ASLEF, the Train Drivers' Union. I am both honoured and disappointed to be here. I'm honoured to be moving the composite motion, Violence Against Women and Girls, chosen from the Women's Conference to come forward here to the main conference. I'm honoured because it's a really important motion, but I'm also very disappointed. Disappointed that in 2021 we are here having to debate this and things have got worse, not better for women and girls. During the pandemic, lockdown saw victims stuck at home with their abusers, unable to access support and services. As lockdown eased, we were still not safe, with the murder of Sarah Everard, murdered while just walking home. And this week, primary school teacher Sabina Lesser, murdered on a 5-minute walk to meet a friend. Sadly, there are many women and girls in between who were murdered, some making the headlines, some not. Not all violence ends in murder. Not all abuse gets reported. And not all acts of misogyny are seen as a problem by society. This is a composite of several motions, raising issues around violence, domestic abuse, online abuse, intimate image abuse, lack of funding for support services, lack of education, not only in schools, but also the education of councils, police forces and healthcare providers. All organisations that should be there to help women and girls escape abuse situations. We need an increase in funding for frontline services supporting women and children living with or seeking to leave domestic abuse situations. We need to invest in public services, including local authority housing, with specific allocations to meet the needs of women experiencing domestic abuse. We need to invest in mental health support services with dedicated resources for survivors. We need to work with trade unions to improve women's safety in the workplace, and we need to support campaigns for well-funded, specialist public services for survivors of abuse and violence. I know what many critics of this motion will say. Well, what about the men? Well, what about the men? Violence affects everyone, every victim, every family, every community. The fact that the abuse of women and girls is acceptable by a large section of society makes this everyone's problem, and anyone can be a victim. In my day job, I'm a train driver based in Plymouth. Every day on my way to work, I pass through Keyham. I see the balloons, the flowers and the teddies, laid in tribute by a grieving community to 5 innocent victims killed last month while going about their daily lives. All needlessly killed without warning by a murderer who fueled his hatred of women with his own online videos, socialising virtually in an echo chamber of similar views, spurred on by the incel culture, which until this sad day was probably not taken seriously as a problem. Misogyny should be unacceptable. Spreading online hate should be unacceptable, and violence should have no place in our society. Full stop. Facts and figures can't tell us everything because we know so much goes unreported, but we know the types of abuse mentioned in this motion disproportionately affect women. Social justice, equality and inclusion can never be achieved without recognition and support for all women and marginalised groups. This motion supports BAME women, disabled women, women of all sexualities, trans women, cis women, non-binary people, young women, older women, women who cross many sectors and women who do not feel they fit any label society tries to give them. Every woman and girl deserves to be respected for who they are and not live in fear of abuse in any form. Conference, I ask you to stand in solidarity with any woman that has experienced abuse, and I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you. And can I now call the delegate from Poole to second the motion, please?
Hi, please be gentle. This is my first conference and I'm speaking. We've already spoken about Sabina Nessa today and the fact that she was a woman in a public space, and that simple fact alone made her vulnerable. We should all say her name, Sabina Nessa, rest in peace. In the short time since Sabina's death, it's likely that 3 further women have been killed by men in the UK. Statistics from the Centres on Femicide indicate that 2 to 3 women are killed every week. Sabina's death was not an isolated event. Far from it, women and girls face violence in the form of stalking, harassment, abuse and assault every day, in the home, on the streets, at work, online and at school. Violence against women and girls has become a part of everyday modern life. Far too many of us take the long way home because the roads are better lit. Far too many of us have a friend we wish would leave her aggressive or coercive partner. And my comrade at Poole, CLP, who seconded this motion, has herself been stalked over a long period of time, despite repeatedly reporting the perpetrator to the police. We all know life-saving services that are so desperately needed by women have been continually cut as part of austerity measures. For example, Women's Aid reported that 2/3 of referrals to refuges for victims of domestic abuse had to be declined last year because of a sustained funding crisis, leaving women facing the unthinkable choice of either going back to their abuser or becoming homeless. Conference, anyone experiencing abuse or violence should be able to seek safety. Only a few months ago, the government voted against introducing a national stalking and domestic abuse register, where serial offenders would be automatically registered and monitored to prevent stalking and domestic abuse from escalating into femicide. This was despite the fact that 52% of the perpetrators of femicide in 2018 had previous histories of violence against women. I'd just like to finish with a local story. A young girl called Shana Grice, who lived 4 miles away from here, from this hotel over in Portslade. In July 2016, she reported her ex-boyfriend for stalking multiple times. At one point, she was fined, unbelievably, for wasting police time. The police did not prioritise her case, despite the fact that her stalker had been the subject of similar complaints from 13 other women, despite the fact that he had previously been arrested for grooming a 14-year-old girl. Shana Grice was violently murdered in her own room by her stalker on the 25th of August 2016. She was 19 years old. It has to stop. Conference, please vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Can I just say we will be taking the vote on both of those motions at the end of today's session. Delegates, we're running late, inevitably, and short of time, but can I see people who would wish to contribute to the debate? And if you do wish to, please register at the desk nearest to you. There will be other opportunities to raise these issues, particularly during the Justice and Home Affairs debate later this week. And at the moment, I'm not... Yes, I see a hand over there, over there. Please come and register at the desk. And at the back there, please will you come forward and register so that you're ready when... You've got 2 minutes, speakers from the floor.
Hiya, Stephanie Lynch, Aberavon CLP, first time conference, first time delegate. I'm not, I hope this is the right time to say it. So all this issue of speaking about women is so important, but unfortunately since being elected as a councillor this year, I've experienced really shocking misogyny within the party, and I was looking into it, thank you. I was looking into the different rules that can kind of protect us against this kind of thing, and it's a rule within the Labour Party that I think, don't quote me, but 50% of exec members have to be women. I wrote to both Welsh Labour and UK Labour asking how many CLPs fulfilled this, and they weren't able to tell me because it's not tracked. So that kind of feels like a bit of a tick box. I'm sorry if this isn't relevant. I thought, does it come under the equalities report or something like that? But anyway, I just felt it's important while we're supporting women and, you know, keeping us safe and reclaiming our streets, we need to support the women within our party first. Thank you.
And I called a delegate from the back, and then I identified yes, the person over there and the woman there on the aisle. And would each of you come forward and register so that we're ready to move on? Don't forget, if anybody wants accessibility, that's that end of the platform you want to come to.
Hello, conference. My name's Angela Duerden. I am a very proud Unite delegate. And it's my first time at conference. But I'm speaking at the minute as a mother of girls and a grandmother with an almost teenage granddaughter. And I just want to say how important it is to support the motions that have been put forward to us. There's a historic narrative around women protecting themselves. Women are asked to cover up, not be out alone at night, not talk to strangers on the internet. The onus is on women. I would like the Labour Party to help change this narrative and put the onus onto the abusers, not the abused. Thank you.
Somebody's going to have to explain to me who the person is that
Thank you, Taranjit Chana, speaking on behalf of the GMB in support of this motion. Conference, we have come together to fight off the COVID pandemic, and we continue to do so. But for many women and girls, COVID has been another pandemic. Conference, violence against women and girls also includes violence against black, brown, minoritized women, LGBTQ+ and disabled women. We must continue to support funding the specialist services which saves lives. We need to continue to stop the closure of black, brown, minoritized refugees and support services. Those who experience domestic violence could be someone that you know. 2 Women a Week conference are murdered by domestic violence. In 2018, the GMB launched our Work to Stop Domestic Abuse campaign, securing support from Labour MPs and Labour councils to bring forward greater workplace protection to survivors of domestic violence. Domestic violence, conference, is not just a societal issue, it's a workplace issue. Those who experience domestic violence are often subjected to disciplinary action or job losses, often through no fault of their own, Members have lost their jobs due to violence they've experienced. Survivors need to be believed and not disadvantaged if they choose to disclose. We also know, Conference, that education and healthy relationship is key for breaking the silence of violence and changing attitudes. So please, Conference, support this motion. Thank you.
Patricia Hannah Wood, Councillor for Pendle, CLP. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. I am in support of this motion. As you can tell, I'm a trans woman. But since I became a woman, I have experienced undue harassment and violence against my person, not only by misogynistic men, but by women as well. So it is not just men that cause violence. But we must support this motion, because without it, more people like the young school teacher who just got murdered this week, more of us are going to suffer that fate. Please support the motion.
I'm sorry, Conference, I would love to take another round, but I'm afraid time is so tight now. We're getting so late in the day. As I say, there will be other opportunities to make these points later in the week. We're going to move now to our next speaker, who is Preet Kaur Gill, MP, just a moment, who is speaking on behalf of the Cooperative Party. There's a gentleman at the back saying that he has a point of order. Can you come quickly forward and make your point as briefly as you can, please? And don't forget to sign in as you come. Sorry about that, Preet, if you wouldn't mind waiting a moment.
Jerry Lerner, Labour International, 1, 2, 3, fourth time delegate to conference. My point of order refers to section 5, point B in the standing orders, voting on resolutions. Point 1, voting on resolutions, reports, proposals and references backed shall be, not might be, shall be by show of hands. Now, I've been here 4 times as a delegate. I've been approached by first-time delegates saying, what the hell is going on here? And the NEC report is a report. Standing orders say it should be show of hands. I didn't have a show of hands. I didn't vote yes, I didn't vote no. I wasn't given a chance. It was quickly rushed through. I think we should have a vote. Those are standing orders, unless the chair, of course, can show something that contradicts the standing orders. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You've made a point which 1 or 2 people have made or hinted at already. I simply say to you, I'm trying to save the time of conference so that we can actually debate issues of substance and policy, such as violence against women and girls. Time spent in taking, of course, we have proper procedures, and quite rightly too, for taking votes and making sure that people consent. I said to conference, did people accept the NEC report? And there was a murmur of agreement, and nobody called for a vote then, and I am not taking one now. Preet.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, Conference. As Chair of the Cooperative Party Parliamentary Group, it is a great honour to address you today and deliver our party's fraternal greetings. The Labour and Co-op parties have been sisters since 1927, and back then, the first electronic TV had only just been invented. Ramsay MacDonald was leader of the Labour Party, and Parliament was still debating the introduction of traffic lights. Conference, we have been sisters for a very long time. And like all successful relationships, our partnership has endured because of shared values and shared goals. And today we share over 1,000 elected representatives with the Labour Party, with tens of thousands of members and supporters. We are growing fast, with huge ambitions for our movement and the communities that we serve. Growing up, my inspiration to get into politics was my father, the late Daljit Singh Shergill. My dad came to Birmingham in the 1950s, where he worked in the foundry and as a bus driver before becoming the president of the first Gurdwara in Smethwick. And growing up in recession-hit Birmingham in the 1980s, I realised firsthand the power of community. I saw how my father unionised the ethnic minority workers at his factory to stop them having their pay packets stolen by other workers. I watched him set up the first domestic abuse service of its kind and established the first food bank in Smethwick. Our home became a one-stop shop for anyone who needed support. And I remember being 14 years old and helping people with their social security forms or even interpreting for them. Today, Conference, our task is the same as it was back then. Building resilience and power in our communities is what my father did and what we as cooperators do day in, day out. And it is why I am proud to be a Labour and Cooperative MP and the UK's first female Sikh Member of Parliament. As the Labour Party was born from the trade union movement, the Co-op Party comes from cooperatives. It is a rich and beautiful history. Born in Rochdale, out of the hardships of the Industrial Revolution, today there are 2.9 million cooperatives around the world, putting power in the hands of 1 billion people. And here in the UK, we have 7,500 cooperatives. Millions of us are members of or trade with cooperatives every single day. The beauty of the co-op model is simple. By existing to provide a service for their members rather than generate profits for shareholders, cooperatives and mutual enterprises realise the ideal of a fairer and more inclusive economy that devolves power to people and puts their needs at its heart. During the pandemic, our cooperatives and their workers have been right on the front line, keeping our shelves stacked, providing education and critical end-of-life care. But they have also delivered hundreds of thousands of meals to people in need. They've created thousands of new jobs, and they cut the price of childcare in half for our key workers. And our movement puts its community first. At a time when more than half of UK company equity is owned abroad, and only just over 12% by individuals, the cooperative model truly offers something different. It is why we in the Labour and Cooperative parties are committing to doubling the size of the cooperative sector to create a fairer economy which spreads ownership, embeds sustainability, creates good, secure jobs and protects the environment. Over the years, drawing strength from our cooperatives and trade union members like Community and Usdaw, the Co-op Party has stood shoulder to shoulder with the Labour Party in the fight for fairness and equality. And while we are proud of our different traditions, we are clear about our shared ambitions, because together we have ensured that well over 100 councils are now doing more to tackle modern slavery in their supply chains. And we have fought for food justice, doubling the number of food champions in council cabinets across the country, and working in partnership with Usdaw, we have secured legal protections for shop workers in Scotland from appalling violence and abuse. But Conference, it doesn't stop there. We have also joined you in campaigning to cancel the cut to universal credit, to provide free school meals to thousands of children in need. And in my own area as Shadow Secretary of State for International Development, we have fought against the callous cuts to life-saving overseas aid. Conference, our communities have faced an onslaught from the Tories over the last 11 years, and let's be clear, we face a pandemic of poverty in the coming months, huge increases in fuel prices, an increase in national insurance that puts the burden on the lowest paid, and at the same time, we've seen the biggest overnight cut in social security since the Second World War. This will mean millions of families going cold and hungry this Christmas. Politics is about choices, and the Conservatives have shown whose side they are on. But as our General Secretary, Joe Fortune, has said, at times of crisis this past 18 months, the British people responded not with division, but with cooperation. We choose to stand together with the hard-working families of this country against this attack on their living standards. And Conference, soon we will celebrate 100 years of partnership with the Labour Party, and we are determined to celebrate that milestone during the first term of a Labour and cooperative government under Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner. We look forward to working together to achieve that aim. Thank you and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much, Preet. For the last part of today's session, I'm going to hand over the chair to my colleague, Gurinder Singh Josam.
Right. Good afternoon, Conference. Yes.
Conference, we're a democratic party. We have policies and we have rules. As a chair, we need to be inclusive. We're sitting here and the angling of the chair is appalling. We're meant to be having participation and interaction, and we're not having it. Why is it that we're not having it?
Thank you, Delegate.
Why is the delegate is curtailed in participating?
That's not a point of order, but
It
I
is a
take
point
your
of
point.
order.
I take your
Look
point.
at the rule at the
I
back.
take your point. Thank you.
It's a plain
Conference,
abuse
we
of
are
power.
now going
It's
to
the
move.
abuse of chair power.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move to constitutional amendments. Before I start, I would just point out we are running around 1 hour late according to the agenda. I want to spend as much time as we possibly can addressing and allowing delegates to engage in the debate and not to be raising pointless points of order. I am therefore going to move on. Can you not approach unless you're called, please? Thank you. Can you not approach the rostrum unless you're called? Thank you. So I'm going to move on. There will be ballots coming up in a while. If you take a seat, no, that's been approved. That's been approved. Thank you. So, Conference. We have a lot of business to get through, and there's a lot we need to get through, which is quite administrative and bureaucratic. So I want to explain it so people understand and we don't get confused, and so that we can deal with business in the most efficient manner. So we have constitutional amendments from CLPs as well as from the NEC. As we've got a lot of constitutional amendments this year, we've divided this topic across 2 sessions of conference. This session today will be considering CLP amendments and some NEC constitutional amendments, and further constitutional amendment from the NEC, including those necessary to meet the recommendations of the EHRC report, will be considered tomorrow afternoon. And you'll have that on the agenda. Full details of the constitutional amendments that are going to be considered today are published in the Conference Arrangement Committee report, so you should have that in your yellow papers. So to start with, I'm going to ask Wendy Nicol, Chair of the NEC's Organisation Committee, to move the NEC's rule changes.
Is 9 still in? Is 9 still in? Is number 9?
Once we've done that, we will then be moving on to ask those CLPs who have put constitutional amendments to move those as well. We done?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair Conference. Wendy Nichols, Chair of the NEC's Organisation Subcommittee. Moving NEC constitutional amendments and setting out the NEC's position in respect of the constitutional amendments submitted by the CLPs. Today we will be debating a range of rule changes proposed by the NEC. In line with the precedent established by previous conferences and in order to assist with the administration of card votes, the NEC has agreed to group packages of proposed constitutional amendments. Each of these groups will be subject to an individual card vote. The NEC recommends that Conference votes in favour of the following NEC rule changes. Card votes 1 and 2, national equalities and national student structures. These constitutional amendments establish structures in the party for national organisations for women, black and minority ethnic, disabled and student members. These proposals have been developed over the previous year by the NEC in working groups along with our stakeholders and has been agreed by consensus by the NEC. Card vote 3 updates to the language in our rule books. This group of constitutional amendments simply brings the language in the party's rule book up to date, such as by amending Welsh Assembly to Welsh Parliament to reflect that important change, or to our great regret, removing references in the party's rules to the European Parliament, Parliamentary Labour Party. Card vote 4, membership rules. This group of constitutional amendments puts some existing custom and practice in relation to member rights and responsibilities on a rule-based footing, makes a number of tidying amendments and introduces some proportionate reforms to membership subscription rates. Card vote 5, party democracy. This group of constitutional amendments puts existing custom and practice in respect of the election of NEC assistant chairs at conference and the use of single transferable vote in the CLP section for NEC elections on a rule-based footing and makes provision for circumstances in which NEC by-elections may take place. It also modernises our rules to take into account our now widespread use of electronic ballots and removes the home CLP nomination requirements for elections to the National Constitutional Committee. Card vote 6, party meetings. This group of constitutional amendments makes various provisions and reforms for the conduct of party meetings and activities within the CLP. Card vote 7, local government. This group of constitutional amendments provides greater flexibility for local government committees, strengthens our local links with the cooperative party and makes further provision to improve diversity on executive committees and in Labour group leadership positions. I will now set out the NEC's position on the CLP constitutional rule amendments. Conference, as the Chair has informed you, we understand that Nottingham East have withdrawn their amendment on party donations, so card vote 8 will not take place. Conference, I am also grateful to Oxford East CLP for withdrawing their constitutional amendment and working so constructively with the NEC to agree a version that retains the spirit and intention of the original, while being legally robust. Card vote 9 on limitations and guidance. Our recommendations is to oppose. The NEC puts the rights and freedoms of expression and association for our members at the heart of our work, but those rights come with responsibilities. It is important that the NEC retains the right to issue proportionate guidance on a range of topics to ensure the maintenance of a healthy party and political culture. Card vote 10 on the PLP report to annual conference from a number of CLPs. Conference, I won't read the list of the full list of the NEC, of the CLPs involved in this. They are in the CAC report. Our recommendation is to oppose this rule change. The clear legal advice we have received is that allowing extremely sensitive disciplinary cases, including those relating to sexual harassment, to be debated on conference floor would expose the party and individual members to a completely indefensible level of legal risk. I would also remind conference that the EHRC found last October that the Labour Party had committed a number of unlawful acts, including in relation to improper political interference in disciplinary cases. This NEC agreed and remains completely committed to redressing those wrongs and implementing the EHRC's recommendations in full. Allowing any disciplinary case to be debated and voted on by conference would be akin to that political interference, which is why the NEC is recommending oppose. Card vote 11 on constitutional amendments to annual conference from Crewe and Nantwich CLP. The NEC opposes this rule change. It is an important principle that sufficient time is made for conference to debate new and relevant business each year, without reconsidering resolutions that have been recently dealt with. The NEC supports the existing rule that prevents resolutions on the same or similar topics from coming back to any of the 3 subsequent conferences. Card vote 12 on the election of the General Secretary from the Isle of Wight CLP. Our recommendation is to oppose this rule change. The NEC has concerns that the aspect of the rule change that deals with the first election of the General Secretary after 3 years and 10 months would be unenforceable under employment law and would again expose the party to significant legal risk. The NEC also does not believe that the proposals are workable in practice, particularly in that the rule change does not make provision for any objective measures of the professional qualifications of candidates prior to shortlisting, and the requirements to shortlist a minimum of 8 candidates, regardless of the circumstances, could lead to unqualified candidates being arbitrarily, I won't say that right again, I know that, selected just to meet the threshold. Card vote 13 from Welling, Hatfield CLP, Kingston and Surbiton CLP, Blakely and Broughton. Our recommendation again is to oppose. STV does not produce proportionate results in contests where there are fewer than 5 candidates to be elected, and none of the NEC sections that would be affected by this rule change return more than 3. Card vote 14 on parliamentary candidate applications from Carlisle. Our recommendation again is to oppose. This rule change would prescribe a minimum 7-day application window for all parliamentary selections prior to shortlisting or selection. This is unworkable for a parliamentary by-election and will, with a short statutory timetable, and if agreed by conference, may risk the party being unable to nominate a candidate in accordance with electoral law. Card vote 15, snap parliamentary election selections from Southport and the City of Durham. Our recommendation again is to oppose, As we have found in recent years, snap elections and parliamentary by-elections take place in very different circumstances and political context. This rule change would establish an unnecessarily prescriptive process for urgent parliamentary selections. It is essential that the party is able to adopt to the particular circumstances it finds itself in when a by-election or snap election is called. Conference, I move the NEC rule changes and ask you to oppose all the ones that I've outlined to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy, for that excellent presentation. Conference, we have had motions from Oxford East, Lewis and Ealing South for CLP withdrawn. So there will be no votes on those motions today.
Nottingham East.
And also Nottingham East, which is further down. A constitutional amendment has been submitted by Hastings and Rye and Dulwich and West Norwood. Hastings and Rye, CLP, has already indicated its wish to withdraw. Could I ask a delegate from Dulwich and West Norwood to confirm if they are also withdrawing the amendment? Dulwich and West Norwood? Withdraw. Okay, thank you. Right. So, I will now summarise which constitutional... we'll summarise which ones are going to the vote right at the end. Now, what I want to do now is move on to getting every single constitutional amendment proposed and seconded, so they're all formally proposed and seconded, and then we'll move to the debate in one go. The way I propose to do that is ask the delegate from the relevant CLP to come up and do a proposing speech, and I'm going to ask seconders to formally second, and then we can have more time for the debate. So, can I ask for delegate from Sheffield Heeley to move that amendment on the PLP whip? Let me get the proposals and seconders done, and then we'll move to the debate. Thank you. Sheffield Heeley. Sheffield Heeley.
Do you want to just take this, guys?
Let me take your point of order then while Sheffield Heeley is coming up.
Graham Eastwood, Blythe Valley CLP. I just want to raise a point of order and clarification as to why the delegates in this hall have been told how to vote on motions from CLPs that we've not even heard of yet. Yet the NEC are saying, vote against them. You can't allow it. Why can they not be moved and then the NEC tell us? Bang out of order.
This is the way it's always been done. As long as I remember, that's how it's been done. But we're going to have a debate and delegates can make up their own mind. Sheffield Heeley.
That was the point I made.
I've got my face mask. I've only just took it off to do this. Right. Oh, I don't know whose water that is. The cup's very mucky. Right. Stronger future together. Conference. I'm Jennifer and I'm moving this rule change on behalf of Sheffield Heeley CLP. I'm really pleased to be able to support this rule change because the Labour Party has everything to gain from a bit more democracy, transparency and accountability, and that's what this rule change represents. First of all, I'd like to nail the lie that this rule change allows Conference to interfere with outstanding disciplinary cases or allegations of sexual harassment. This is simply not true. For shame. For shame. This rule change asks for a report from the Chief Whip on disciplinary matters and allows Conference to review this disciplinary action if there is significant support from delegates to do so. This rule change applies only to Chief Whip decisions in relation to the PLP. The Chief Whip does not make a decision of suspension in relation to party disciplinary matters. They're kept separate, including in relation to protected characteristics. And it should be up to conference to hold political decisions to account. Conference. We all want a Labour government. Many of us desperately need a Labour government. I know I do. Note the lack of a suit. I've put on my best shirt. We can only achieve that if we all work together. Members of Parliament in Westminster, Cardiff and Edinburgh, our mayors and councillors, our trade unions and our grassroots members. We cannot have one section of the party waging war on another when we should be fighting the Tories. And that is another reason why this rule change, is so important. Our former leader brought hundreds of thousands of people, especially young people, into our party in 2017, and we achieved our best election result in a generation. Fact. A Labour member who is an MP should by rights be a Labour MP. Am I right? If passed, we can reverse at this conference the unjust and seemingly indefinite disciplinary action against Jeremy Corbyn MP. Please support, and let's start to heal the wounds and build the unity we need to win a general election. Stronger, future, together. Thank you very much. Bill me for the mic.
Thank you. Can I have that formally seconded? Can I have that formally seconded from the floor, please? Thank you. I'm not going to interrupt speeches, but it would be helpful if people do focus on the content of the resolution, because if there are undecided delegates, if you are trying to convince undecided delegates, then the merits of the resolutions themselves will be of interest to them. So, the next one is Isle of Wight CLP. Can I have somebody from Isle of Wight CLP to come up to move their amendment on the election of the General Secretary? While we're waiting for that, can I also, the one after that is a delegate from Crewe and Nantwich to move their resolution. And then after that, we have a resolution submitted by four CLPs. If those four CLPs can decide amongst themselves who is going to move that, there'll only be one person allowed to move it. And those CLPs are Welwyn Hatfield CLP, Kingston and Surbiton CLP, or Blackley and Broughton CLP. Sorry, just 3 CLPs. And the one after that is Southport CLP and City of Durham. Again, can one person decide? Thank you.
Josh Pointing, Isle of Wight CLP. First of all, I would like to congratulate David Evans on his victory in the confirmatory vote today. Conference, I am here to propose a constitutional amendment under which the position of General Secretary would be elected by the party membership rather than by the NEC and subsequently confirmed, which in reality constitutes an appointment by the party leader. The office of the General Secretary encompasses an extremely broad range of responsibilities and powers, but really only answers to one person, the party leader. It cannot be right that one of the most powerful positions in our party is also one of the least accountable. Particularly over the last few weeks, the consequences of this lack of accountability have become impossible to ignore. Many of us watched with increasing confusion and alarm as notices of investigation have been sent to party members in the dead of night for trivial or non-existent infringements of party rules. Members have been suspended days before travelling to this conference for what many suspect are purely factional and possibly purely fictional reasons. The chair of Young Labour was even placed under investigation for opposing transphobic bigotry before this was hastily withdrawn in the face of justified public outrage. These actions have caused serious and unnecessary distress to members who have broken no party rules, undermined confidence in our party's disciplinary procedures, and damaged the party's standing in the eyes of the public. These actions are ultimately the responsibility of the General Secretary. But the membership has little means of holding the General Secretary to account for them because our current mechanisms of democratic accountability are inadequate to the task. An elected General Secretary would act in the knowledge they must justify their decisions to the members who voted them in. That is not only morally right, it is the best way to ensure the powers of the General Secretary are used wisely and responsibly. It would help to ensure effective and fair administration whilst providing a powerful disincentive against the arbitrary misuse of power for factional ends. Not only that, but the election of the General Secretary would be an important step towards a more balanced and even distribution of power across our party, in place of the current overwhelming centralisation of authority in the hands of one person. Our Labour Party membership cards state that we belong to a democratic socialist party. That first word is just as important as the second, and for that reason, we should vote to make the party's General Secretary a fully democratically elected position. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can that be formally seconded from the floor? Thank you. Okay, Crewe and Nantwich, CLP? No delegate. No delegate from Crewe and Nantwich, CLP, then that resolution automatically falls. Last chance? No? Okay. And then we have a resolution submitted by Welwyn Hatfield CLP, Kingston and Surbiton CLP and Blackley and Broughton CLP. Who will be proposing that? Is there somebody from one of those three CLPs? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Grace Bollins. I'm proud to be the Youth Delegate for Kingston Surbiton CLP. It's also my first conference, so I'm a bit nervous. I'm proud to be proposing a modest yet timely rule change on behalf of my CLP. In 2019, 51% of the public voted for progressive parties, and yet the first past the post gave the Tories a majority. This year, proportional representation was critical to Labour's success in mayoral elections around the country. Time and time again, the single transferable vote allowed for the progressive majority to stop the Tories from winning. Because of this, the awareness of importance of proportional representation is growing around the country, even as the government is pushing legislation through Parliament to take it away. Labour is rightly opposing this legislation and defending proportional representation. Voting for the Party of Voting Systems for the National Executive Committee rule change today will boost the support for proportional representation within our party. We have already introduced PR for the election of SEAL representatives to the NEC. Everyone can agree that the results are more representative of the membership. However, Our rulebook does not reflect this change. It is inconsistent with that other elections to the NEC do not use proportional representation. It is time to iron out and enshrine all of these changes within our rulebook. By making internal elections to the NEC use proportional representation, we will make the NEC more representative for MPs, for councillors, for mayors and for police commissioners. These should all be represented on the NEC. It is unfair to deny some of them a voice whilst privileging all of the membership. We can fix this unfairness by adding 2 short clarifying sentences to our rulebook. Let me read them for you. Apart from elections involving affiliated organisations, all elections for the NEC shall be held using single transferable voting. Any additional guidelines shall be laid down by the NEC. My constituency has seen firsthand how first-past-the-post can deny the progressive majority a voice in Parliament. My CLP hopes that one day PR will guarantee our constituency fair representation in Parliament, and I'm sure many others on the floor today share this hope. It would be a small but meaningful step towards fulfilling our hope for the wider country. I hope you will join me today in voting for a rule change that moves our own party towards that aim. Thank you.
Can I have somebody formally second that? Thank you. Okay, now the next one is submitted by Southport CLP and City of Durham CLP. Can I have one delegate from one of those CLP, please? Do we have somebody? Yeah, thank you. And the one after this is Carlisle CLP, so if Carlisle CLP can stay ready as well.
Afternoon conference. Oh, somebody's lowered it for me. I really appreciate that. I am Brenda Stevenson. I'm Women's Officer from City of Durham CLP. And we've got a few North Easterners in the audience, clearly. This is my second time as a delegate, but first time up here. And I don't mind confessing, my legs were a bit like jelly as I was running up here. But now that I actually am here, it's all right, really. So if you've got something to say, get yourself up here if you can. I have a confession to make. I did not expect that I would ever be up here proposing a rule change. They're not very sexy, are they? When it comes on the telly, that's normally when I go out and make a brew or something stronger. But I have realised in my time as a member of the Labour Party that without proper rules, we cannot conduct our business in a democratic fashion, which is why I am flabbergasted that the NEC don't want to rule when they usually do want rules on things. And I think it's incredibly disappointing that this is another attempt to keep CLPs from their proper role within that process. Selecting candidates in the event of by-elections should be a partnership. It shouldn't be something that one part of the Labour Party does to the exclusion of others. And in the absence of any rules on this matter, it opens the door for processes being exploited and dealt with in a very ad hoc manner. And we need to establish the rights of CLP members to be fully involved in the process. There is no evidence that involving CLP members in the choice of their own MP is a disaster, whereas there is evidence that excluding them can be. I'm from the northeast of England, as you can probably tell. It was heartbreaking for us from the northeast to see what happened in Hartlepool. I never want to see that happen again. The CLP were excluded from the process and a candidate was imposed who was plainly unsuitable for the area. I hate to be the first person to mention the B word. That's not Brenda, that's Brexit here. But Hartlepool was a CLP, was an area where the Brexit vote was incredibly high. And the person who was picked, not by the CLP, was very much a leading light of the Brexit organisation. And to me, that was just a stupid thing to do. And I am confident that if the CLP had been involved, we could have saved Hartlepool. I realise that there are other factors going on as well. Thank you. In the last leadership campaign, members' rights to select their candidates had a champion. I'd hoped he'd still be on the platform, but he seems to be gone. Who do you think that champion was? You're all being quiet, you're all tired. It was Keir Starmer. In an article called Reform and Unite, Keir stated, local party members should select their candidates for every election. Local party candidates. The NEC should not impose candidates on local parties. And indeed, this was reiterated by him at the hustings that took place in City of Durham. And as a result of that, a number of members were persuaded to vote for him. Conference, what Keir said then was right then, and it is still right now. All this rule change is doing is putting that principle into practice.
Time, Conference, delegate.
Okay. The process laid out in this proposal guarantees member involvement by setting out a panel for selection which includes members from the RAC, from the CLP and from the NEC, but with a majority from the CLP.
Delegate, I'm going to have to ask
Okay.
you to finish.
It also calls for a minimum of 1 week campaigning. Okay. And finally, by supporting this constitutional amendment, which I hope you will do, not only will you have a clear, simple and straightforward policy, you will also ensure that local members have a say in decisions that are going to affect them. So who decides? Support this, you decide.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay. Is that formally seconded from the floor? Yeah, okay. Carlisle CLP. Can I see somebody from Carlisle CLP? Yep. The delegate's going to speak. Thank you.
Hello everyone at conference. My name is Hannah. I have been sent down from Carlisle CLP. It's my first time down to Brighton. Thank you very much. I'm here to present a rule change to conference on behalf of my CLP, so I'll just quickly read it out. All members of the Labour Party, all eligible members, of the Labour Party, will be emailed an invite to run for any parliamentary candidate selections. The position will be advertised on the national website and applications will be accepted for a minimum of 7 days prior to any listing processes or selections. The NEC cannot reduce but may extend this application window. It can only be reduced at conference. So this rule change was debated by members in Carlisle and passed unanimously by all who attended the meeting. Although our CLP can disagree at times, all attendees were able to see the value of this proposed rule change. The principle is simple. We encourage fairness and transparency in the application process. Back home, we believe this benefits all members, regardless of political leanings. Bringing this process into the public eye via the national website can only encourage a wider range of talent to take up political office, especially those with local connections. In terms of the 7-day window issue, I'm told, I'm willing to be corrected, but the by-election timetable is between 21 and 27 working days from the issuing of said by-election. That is plenty of time to allow a fair 7-day window for candidate selections, and they need a chance to speak with their family, work, etc. So, and we have seen in the past how when windows have been shorter, things haven't gone as well as we would have wanted to. So, I will hope you will vote in favour of this rule change today, and thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I have that formally seconded? Yeah, thank you. Just a clarification. The delegate who just spoken, the resolution is card vote 14, and the delegate from City of Durham who spoke previously, that card vote is 15. Okay? Right, thank you, Conference. All of our constitutional amendments are being proposed and seconded, so I will now take some speakers on constitutional amendment. It will be very helpful if when you come up, you state your which constitutional amendment you're talking about, as well as mentioning your name and CLP. I'll take, you've got 2 speaker desks, so if I call you from this side of the room, if you go to that side, if I call you from that side, go over there. Where you register, we'll also be alternating the lecterns, so if you can remember that as well. I'll call speakers in 4s, and you can speak for up to 2 minutes. The screen by the lecterns will show you a rundown of the time. Okay?
Just bring it a bit closer.
I'll bring it closer. Is that better? No worries. Okay. The delegate in the black there. Delegate in the orange. The delegate right in the far corner there. Yep. And the delegate in the pink. That's it. That's 4, yeah. If you come on down. Thank you.
Comrades of Labour Conference, my name is Joe Attard of Ealing Central and Acton CLP. I want to speak against the NEC's rule changes to Chapter 2 on membership. Comrades, we saw an entire CLP who attempted to represent a resolution unable to do so because presumably all of their delegates have been suspended. We witnessed a General Secretary chiding conference floor and seeking to have absolute veto over who gets to join the Labour Party. The NEC's rule change seeks to give them total veto over who gets to join the Labour Party. Conference, neither the NEC nor the General Secretary have my confidence as a socialist. Because the powers they have used to repress, to silence and to attack the left for purely factional purposes. I heard just now of a comrade of mine dragged out of conference for wearing a T-shirt. This T-shirt. Comrades, 150,000 people have died before their time thanks to this callous Tory government. You've got hour-long queues of heavy goods vehicles piling up outside of London, cuts to universal credit, making the poor pay more national insurance to bail out the rich. And in all of this, the objectives and the priorities of the NEC, the leader and the General Secretary are to attack you, not the Conservatives. Comrades of the Labour Party, we are socialists. We are part of the Labour movement. This party belongs to us, not to David Evans, not to Keir Starmer, and not to the bankers and the city that they aim to represent over you. Joseph Attard, Ealing Central and Acton, and proud supporter of Socialist Appeal, a Marxist member of the Labour Party.
Time, conference. Time. Thank you. Delegate. Delegate, can you remove yourself from the rostrum? No. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, on a slightly different note. I'm Lauren and I'm from Hartlepool, and it's my first time as a delegate here. And I'd just like to start by thanking everybody who came from all across the country to help in our by-election, despite the result. I'm speaking on the motion of the Parliamentary Labour Party's decisions being brought to conference with disciplinary procedures. The motion states that to have the whip removed validated, it must be put to the conference floor. Whilst I'm sympathetic towards the need to reconcile issues on the current process, I do not believe the conference floor the best place to discuss personal issues connected with removing the whip. The unforeseen and I feel underestimated consequences of such a motion are potentially devastating. MPs have had the whip removed for many reasons, including notably sexual harassment and other offences. From my reading and understanding, there is no indication that the cases of this nature will be excluded. And can I ask, if this is so, can this be made explicit? I ask the floor, is a series of 3-minute speeches intruding on and potentially delving into sensitive cases really an appropriate means of validation? As a young woman from Hartlepool who's been actively involved in politics for most of her youth, I'm startled and incredibly worried by the possible consequences, particularly when reflecting on what this could have meant for Hartlepool recently. Clearly, the current procedure has scope for amendment and change, but this is not an appropriate stage for due, fair and sensitive process of potentially traumatic cases and experiences. I ask the floor to seriously consider the unwelcome consequences of allowing this forum to pass judgment on delicate matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hello, Conference. I'm called Barbara. I'm from Birmingham, from Perry Barr CLP, and I'm going to speak to the resolution on snap selections when there's a snap by-election or other short notice. So just imagine that you're talking to someone in your local area who's become interested in politics, who wants to make a difference, to stand up and be counted. You think you might be able to recruit them to the Labour Party. What do you say? One important argument is that as a member, you can help to choose the Labour candidate for your local council and the Labour candidate to become your local MP. Members really value this right. We are only asking for a week in which to implement it in these short notice situations, just a week. You can see how much members value it when you go to any selection meeting. The turnout is really high, there's tension in the air. The member's choice matters. This rule change would also ensure that ordinary members stay involved in selections, even when they're at short notice. Another aspect is that being selected by the membership makes our representatives more accountable. We voted to put you there, so we want you to put forward our issues of concern, and we want you to report back to us, the members. It's how democracy works. Please support the resolution.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hello, Conference. I'm Marisa Aitken. I'm here from Shipley CLP in West Yorkshire. I'll take this off. And it's also my first delegate experience at Conference. So. I'm speaking to Rule 15, snap parliamentary elections, again, like the previous person. The word democracy, sorry, I've just lost my speech. People keep sending me messages. The word democracy comes from power and the people. It is about giving people trust and ownership of their own decisions. If we aspire to be a democratic organisation, then local members must never be excluded from choosing their representatives, no matter the time constraints. Under all leaderships, in all by-elections, candidates have been imposed with the same excuses: not enough time, the need for oversight. But while there is no evidence that central control solves these problems, there is plenty of evidence of inappropriate candidates being foisted on CLPs. This rule change provides oversight and scrutiny no less effectively or efficiently, while preserving the decision-making sovereignty of the CLP membership. Members of the CLP bring a unique insight into the candidate selection process. It is us who know and understand the people who live and work in our communities with us. It's us who probably know the incumbent MP our candidate will be trying to beat. It's us, in many cases, who know the candidate seeking to represent us. When selecting the person who local members will be working for and with, firstly to get them elected and then for the 4 or 5 years after their election, this insight cannot be valued enough. This rule change enshrines a clear procedure in the party rulebook, guaranteeing fairness and transparency in every constituency at any time. Conference, we are here today embodying democratic representation. Would you want that to be replaced by a small body of unelected or unaccountable people voting through our rule changes and policy motions? I don't think you would. I therefore urge you, Conference, to vote for this rule change and enshrine the democratic representation of our CLP members who we are here to represent.
There we go. I'll take another round of 4. The delegate with the walking stick. Delegate here. Yeah. Delegate standing right at the back with the papers. And I'm conscious we haven't had any Black, Asian, minority, ethnic speakers yet, so is there anybody? At the back there. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kath Peach. I'm a delegate from North East Leeds CLP. I'm a first-timer at conference, so please, Chair, forgive me. I've been trying to raise a point of order and I felt I was missed, so I appreciate this might be slightly an odd time to bring this up, but I couldn't see where else to, so I waited until now. I wish to support the point of order raised earlier in relation to the instructions in our rulebook about voting. I do not understand how a murmur against can be discerned by the Chair from those for. I've never used murmur in voting to establish voting intentions in my own branch or CLP.
Thank you, Delegate.
I am shocked, Chair, to see this pass as acceptable or as time-saving, and respectfully ask the Chair, I realise it wasn't you at the time, to allow at least a show of hands in relation to the NEC report.
Thank you, Delegate. That item has moved on. Nobody called for a vote at the time. It's been accepted and we've moved on from that. So we're going to carry on with it. Yes, thank you, Delegate.
Conference. I'm Pip Allnap from Rutland and Melton. My first conference was in 1969 as a young socialist. My second conference was in 1974 when my late wife was a Labour Party agent, and we postponed our honeymoon in order to fight 2 elections. I did say elections. We used to say in the Labour Party that when it came to selecting a leader, the Tories would prefer assassination and we would prefer public execution. I'm beginning to think these methods are merging and it's coming back into vogue. I think we should all try and have a bit of a sense of humour, step back from the rhetoric a little bit and remember who the real enemy is. On this portfolio of motions, I was sort of going to vote in favour of the NEC recommendations. I'm going to say why I'm going to vote against them. It's the only way I, with my one vote, can register a protest at the rather sloppy way some of the procedures have been carried out today. And can I say, for the sake of clarity, I voted for Yvette Cooper and I voted for Keir. And if Keir stood again tomorrow, I'd vote for him tomorrow. But I'm not happy with the procedures, okay? And I'm not happy with the heavy-handedness that's going on, creeping in. And I want to support specifically delegates who've moved motions which I read as card votes 12, 13, 14 and 15, and because they're all good stuff, they're common sense, they're democratic. The delegate supporting single transferable vote prayed in aid her support for PR. Can I just say in parenthesis, this party when it was formed supported PR, and in my lifetime people across the party spectrum supported it. George Thomas, who became Speaker of the House of Commons on the right of the party, and guess who? Arthur Scargill. So I hope when we come to those motions on the substantive business of this conference, we will bear that in mind as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Delegate. I think the other two delegates are called are both on that side. If at least one of you could come on this side, because we're alternating the rostrums. Thank you.
Linda Cook from Enfield Southgate CLP, first-time delegate. Thanks. Changing rules for just one person for one set of circumstances is simply wrong. It's undemocratic and it's bad law. So I support the recommendation of the NEC to vote against the amendment to the PLP report to conference. For clarity, that's card vote 10. Wherever you stand on the broad spectrum of political views that makes up our party, you can't surely believe that it would be right for anyone who's been subjected to or accused of, for example, sexual harassment, to have their ordeal dissected and debated in front of 2,000 people. But that could happen. As previous speakers have said, it could happen under this proposal. I'd like to know, by the way, how such disciplinary matters could be reviewed by conference without disclosing potentially intimate, damaging details. Our MPs are elected representatives, the mainstay of our fight to make Labour the party of government, could find themselves subjected to what amounts to trial by jury from the conference floor. Yes, our MPs must, like all of us, be held to account, but there are better ways to do it. Don't turn, please, don't turn our disciplinary matters into a gift of dirty laundry to the Tories. Please, conference, vote against this dangerous and divisive amendment.
Thank you, delegate. Right on time.
Oh, wow. As a woman who's not very tall, I really like that gadget. Thank you. My name is Danielle Stone. I'm from Northampton South CLP, and I would like to ask you to vote against the rule amendment to Chapter 3 on the following grounds. As a councillor in Northampton for over 10 years, I've had to help many, many women in often distressing situations who needed help in accessing support services and trying to cope with difficult family circumstances. Much of the support and the advice provided to women in those circumstances needs to be carried out, as you will know, in a very highly confidential matter, A rule amendment like Chapter 3 on disciplinary matters, where details of these kind of cases would need to be disclosed, potentially to the whole of the annual conference, and would it be aired in public as well? Would it be on television and on the radio? Would undermine the position of vulnerable women dealing with abuse cases and would create potentially very serious safeguarding concerns for vulnerable women. Abuse, as you know, takes many forms. It can be stalking, intimidation, harassment, it can be violent, it can be sexual. I don't think this kind of constitutional amendment actually attends for any further abuse in public to happen, but it is a direct threat to vulnerable people and the welfare of vulnerable women if pursued in this way. I can't think of any women I know who would feel safe having her concerns for her safety made public. I think of my friend Susie, a single parent with 4 small children who opened her door one dark night to a very tall figure brandishing his fist at her, who promised to beat her over the head, who threatened to come back with his mates, who warned her not to go to CLP meetings, who left her shaking and trembling. We had to deal with this with all due support to her in her own time and at her own pace. It could not have been done in a public forum. Good governance around disciplinary issues is essential for the well-being of our members, but this is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hello, Conference. I'm a first time at any big event like this, and I'm from City of Durham CLP. In fact, the biggest time I've ever been in a crowd like this with Labour people was when 3 candidates all agreed on each other on how it's important for CLPs to always dictate their own selection. And that's what I'm here to speak about. Really, it's about democracy and the principles of democracy. And we can't really just do this half and half the time. We can't have it where we only put in our principles when it's easy and convenient to do so. We need to do it consistently. And that's why I'm asking you to support this motion. And I'd also just like to say as well that, frankly, the CLP are the best people to know about what's going on. I'd like to give some examples. The former fundraising officer, now elected county councillor, is spending her Saturdays going out and helping the most vulnerable people in her community on a wellbeing project. And a campaigns officer that I remember is now spent every single election going around up into the night, making sure that we'd gone on every single door. And I couldn't forget the chair of the CLP next door, who, when people were striking for the climate, went out and made sure that we would have a speaker system. These are the people that this motion will give power back to. And this is why I'm asking you, please, Conference, vote for our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Conference, hello, I'm Paul Richards from Eastbourne CLP, just up the coast, much nicer than Brighton. Come and visit us, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Now, the last delegate was his first time here. This is my 31st Labour Party conference. Let this be a terrible warning to you all. If you come back, this is what you end up looking like. And I'm a lifelong supporter of electoral reform. The first conference I spoke at was trying to persuade Neil Kinnock and Roy Hattersley to support electoral reform. We're here again this conference trying to get Keir and Angela to support electoral reform, and let's hope this is the conference when finally we get it through. And that's why I'm asking you to oppose, and I mean oppose, vote against the motion or the rule change on single transferable vote. And the reason is, if we experiment with STV in an election where it's not suited, if we put it into place for the NEC election where there are so few candidates and such a small section of the NEC, it won't work. It will throw up wrong results. It won't be truly proportional. It is the wrong system for that kind of election. And my real fear is that our opponents say, look, it doesn't work. Look, we tried it and it failed. Look, it throws up these adverse results. They will argue for the party to not adopt PR for the House of Commons and the other places we want to see it. I am a Republican, I am a Democrat, I believe passionately in reforming our creaking constitution, but I don't want to see it fail because we adopt the wrong system on this rule change, and therefore I do urge conference to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. That's the last contribution I'm going to take because we have run out of time. We still have business to do, and there are composites which are due to start at 6:30, and we still got to take the votes as well. So I'm going to move on quickly now. So I'm going to ask now Michael Wheeler, NEC member Michael Wheeler, who is the Vice Chair of the Organisation Committee, to respond to the points raised.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. My name is Michael Wheeler, and I am the Vice Chair of the Organisation Subcommittee, responding on behalf of the NEC. Before I say anything else, I would like to thank all the delegates that took part in that debate. I felt it was conducted in good spirit, and long may that last for this week. I also want to thank Wendy for so clearly outlining the NEC's position, which I can assure you was a result of long and arduous debates. I've listened carefully to the debate, but please bear with me as I respond. I will try to work through them, but I struggle reading my own handwriting sometimes. Card vote 10. The argument was made that this rule change would not lead to sensitive discussions on the conference floor. Unfortunately, that is exactly the likely outcome of the proposal as drafted. The alternative would be that this conference would be asked to take political decisions with no information or debate. As a trade unionist, this proposed change would lead to a completely unacceptable disciplinary process. Card vote 12. The appointment of a General Secretary is effectively a job interview, one the NEC, including your elected representatives, take very seriously. It is important that we get someone with the right skills to administer and organise our party. We're asking you to oppose that change. Card vote 13. Look, I am, potentially like the delegate from Eastbourne, a little bit of an electoral systems geek. It's important that we use the right system for the right election. As outlined, STV, as specified in this proposed change, does not work for elections for fewer than 5 posts and would not therefore work for the elections proposed and outlined in the rule change. Card votes 14 and 15. In order to win elections, we need candidates in place. Sometimes elections land on us, as we are all too familiar with over recent years, with short notice. And we, as a party, as a collective, need the flexibility to respond to those circumstances. Rest assured that I and other NEC members will never look to use this flexibility lightly or frequently. However, the flexibility is necessary to put us in the right position to fight elections and, more importantly, to win them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to conference. Look, there are many of you have to go on to composite meetings at 6:30. It is not fair on those people who have to then rush from here to composite, which can take quite a while, and not be able to get some food in between or take a break. I do want to get through the business today, and I will take your point of order, but I'm not minded to take many points of order, and if it isn't a point of order, I will stop you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The point of order is based on just a simple fact of meeting conduct, and especially this seems to be a contrary position to that which sets out in our rules. Wendy eloquently set out the NEC position ahead of any debate. Ahead of any debate. The NEC has just there had another bite of the cherry. Comrades here who moved motions, put rule changes in, we're not able. Hang on. We're not able. I haven't finished yet, Chair. You're not sure? I've not finished. I'm afraid, is heavy-handed and it is a stitch-up. And we're calling you out for that, Chair.
Thank you.
A stitch-up.
Thank you, Delegate. That's not a point of order. I'm going to move on. I think what delegates want to do is to vote on these rule changes, and that's what I want to move to as quickly as possible. Next, I'm going to ask the Chief Scrutineer, Sam Dixon, to come up and present the results of the contemporary issues ballot. Where is it? Dixon, Sam Dixon, Chief Scrutineer. Well, oh. Yeah. Have we got Sam Dixon here? Ask him for a minute. Obviously not ready for it. Whilst we're waiting, we will start taking some votes. We won't do the card votes yet. We had the motions earlier from Women's Conference, and as these are policy motions, they will be by show of hands. So Sam, if you just hold on a second and let me take these votes now. So the first motion on women's equality after coronavirus. Can I see all those for? And any against? Thank you, Conference. That's clearly carried. The next motion was on violence against women and girls. This is the second motion from Women's Conference. Can I see all those in favour? Any against? That's clearly carried. Thank you. We'll come back to the rest. Thank you, Conference. And I think that's a big success for the system we've put in place for Women's Conference, so well done everybody. Sam.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Sam Dixon, Chief Scrutineer. I will now give the results of the priorities ballot, which determines the motions that will be debated at this year's conference. The ballot was divided into two sections, one section for CLPs and one for trade unions and other affiliated organisations. The National Executive Committee has agreed that the 10 priority subjects achieving the greatest percentage of votes cast in the CLP section and the 10 achieving the greatest percentage of votes in the trade union and other affiliated organisations section will be timetabled for debate. However, should any subject area be selected in both sections, then the subject area with the next highest ranking vote from the appropriate section will be added to the list, ensuring that the net result will be that 20 priority subjects are selected, 10 by affiliated organisations and 10 by CLPs. Other arrangements for the ballot remain as previously advertised. I will announce voting for the CLP section of the priorities ballot as the actual number of votes cast. A new industrial strategy for a post-COVID recovery, 23,880. Abortion rights, 18,513. Afghanistan, 136,366. Armed forces, 93,290. Assisted dying, 13,770. Black Lives Matters, 152,597. Broadband access to reduce the digital divide, 17,293. Childcare, 136,064. Children's recovery, 133,179. Community wealth building, 26,456. Coronavirus, 90,063. Devolution, 119,056. Disabled people's rights, 52,056. Dividend restriction, 3,427. Drug reform, 121,535. Electoral reform, 243,556. End fire and rehire and protect workers' rights, 45,028. Foreign policy towards China, 14,785. GKN Driveline Factory, 1,743. Green New Deal, 142,433. HGV driving hours legislation, 4,234. High Street and business recovery, 15,275. Housing, 261,308. Immigration and asylum policy, 184,718. Israel and Palestine, 831. Kashmir, 20,413. LGBT plus rights, 160,364. Local government cuts, 63,578. Mental health in the workplace, 22,843. Mine workers pension scheme, 5,759. Overseas aid, 132,449. It continues. Public ownership, 36,940. Public services, 26,955. Removing the two-child limit, 21,589. Right to food, 151,849. Safer communities, 124,876. School structure, 36,437. Self-organisation, 4,364. Social care, 108,502. Sure Start, 20,572. Tax and income, 43,749. The NHS, 213,555. The working week, 113,194. Trade, 5,651. Transport, 17,507. Violence against women and girls, 212,558. Voter suppression, 34,627. WASPI, 23,466. Women and War, 2,685. Women's Health, 92,924. Voting for the trade unions and other affiliated organisations section will also be announced as the actual number of votes cast. A new industrial strategy for a post-COVID recovery, 1,895,034. Abortion rights, 0. Afghanistan, 12,093. Armed Forces 5,236, Assisted Dying 0, Black Lives Matters 73,411, Broadband access to reduce the digital divide 3,533, Childcare 6,280, Children's Recovery 12,743, Community Wealth Building 1,895,341, Coronavirus 72,761, Devolution 12,528, Disabled People's Rights 1,339, Dividend Restriction 0, Drug Reform 73,183, Electoral Reform 6,930, End Fire and Rehire and Protect Workers' Rights 1,896,121, Foreign Policy Towards China 441, GKN Driveline Factory 0, Green New Deal 1,901,530, HGV Driving Hours Legislation 0, High Street and Business Recovery 1,898,734, Housing 83,591, Immigration and Asylum Policy 74,955, Israel and Palestine 74,298, Kashmir 0, LGBT plus rights 7,065, local government cuts 5,813, mental health in the workplace 1,903,273, mine workers pension scheme 1,896,121, overseas aid 8,711, public ownership 1,892,921, public services 1,896,121, removing the two-child limit 0, right to food 80,768, safer communities 4,280, school structure 1,876, self-organisation 0, social care 1,905,693, Sure Start 10,319, tax and income 5,620, the NHS 79,074, the working week 73,648, trade 3,200, transport 0, violence against women and girls 6,280, voter suppression 2,420, WASPI 0, women and war 0, women's health 72,761. Therefore, the 20 topics that will be timetabled for debate are as follows. Thank you. Social care, mental health in the workplace, Green New Deal, High Street and Business Recovery, Mine Workers Pension Scheme, Public Services, End Fire and Rehire and Protect Workers' Rights, Community Wealth Building, a new industrial strategy for a post-COVID recovery, public ownership, housing, electoral reform, the NHS, violence against women and girls, immigration and asylum policy, LGBT plus rights, Israel and Palestine, Black Lives Matter, right to food, Afghanistan. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you for that. And for those of you who started writing and then gave up the numbers, the numbers will be published in the Conference Arrangement Committee report tomorrow morning. Right, we are now going to move on to the votes on the NEC and CLP rule changes, which, according to the rule book, have to be done by card vote. So, I'm hoping that the CAC, you will have the numbers for the card vote in the CAC report. The CAC report is quite clear in relation to which which amendment corresponds with which card vote. I'm hoping they're going to be put up on the screen as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, and they are 1 through to 15.
-8.
Yeah.
8 and 9 are withdrawn.
Just to remind you, 8 and 9 are withdrawn. Tellers will bring the boxes round. Please put all of your votes for all the card votes in at the same time.
And if you ask people to...
In the meanwhile, I know people want to get off, but if people can please remain seated and hold your ballot in the air so the tellers can see where they need to go to. And I still need to give you information about the composites and where they are going to be held and the times. NEC recommendations are also on the screen. Do that. So while we're waiting, whilst the votes are being collected, those of you who are attending composites, So High Street and Business Recovery is being held in the Preston Room at 7 o'clock. Mine Workers Pension Scheme is being held in the Stanmer Room at 7 o'clock. Right to Food is being held in Durham Hall 2 at 7 o'clock. Green New Deal is being held in Hall 4 at 7 o'clock. Israel and Palestine is being held in Durham Hall 1 at 7 o'clock. Electoral Reform is being held in the Cambridge Room at 7 o'clock. And Housing is being held in Stanmer Room at 8:30. For all of the composites, each organisation is able to send 2 delegates, except for Electoral Reform, where you are only allowed to, each organisation is only allowed to send 1 delegate. All of the composites are being held in the Hilton Brighton Metropole Hotel, and if anybody requires accessible entrance, then use entrance B on St Margaret's Place. Can you keep your ballots in the air, please?
Let them know that none of the meeting.
Okay. Composites will not start until conference is adjourned for the day, so you do not need to panic. Please do keep your ballots in the air. All ballots to be collected? Yeah, there's a few in the middle. Still got ballots to be collected.
There's some there as well.
If delegates can please just remain seated just for another minute or so, it will enable tellers to see where the ballots are to be collected.
Yeah, they should.
If there's any tellers who have finished in their area, if you can come round to the middle, there's a load of ballots in the middle to be collected.
And towards the back as well.
And toward the back. O'clock in. Any more ballots?
Oh, the box is there. It's coming along. Look.
Keep your hand in the air if you've got ballots. Any more ballots? Just over there. Are there any more ballots outstanding?
Oh, no, I think it's just waving.
Any more ballots? So what the tellers are going to do is all the ballot boxes will be taken in. One ballot box will remain by the doors on my right here, on your left. And once all the ballot boxes have been opened, then that ballot box will go in as well and the ballot will close. Okay? So with that, conference now stands adjourned until 9:45 a.m. tomorrow for the next plenary session. Thank you, conference.
But this time between, it's something that I feel.